I think I see down at Frederick. Let me see. Would that be no? Is that Teresa? I can't see from here.
Yes, I'm here. This is Teresa.
I have no audio signal yet. Can you try again?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
No audio yet. Why don't you try a different microphone?
Can you hear me now?
No, not yet.
Can you hear me now?
No audio yet.
Can you hear us, Dr. Martinez? Can you hear me now?
No, I'm sorry. We're not catching any sound yet.
Oh,
Do you know if the audio or the microphones have some type of a control somewhere that maybe it's just turned off? We'll try to check with you a little bit later on that, Frederick. Let's see, Carlos over there in Okmulgee. Can you talk to me?
Go ahead.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Good to see you again. Everything going okay, Carlos?
Pretty well, thank you. How about for yourself?
Okay. Carlos, did you ever receive the packet that they were supposed to mail back to you?
Yes, I did. I just got it about an hour and a half ago.
Okay, well, I'm glad you got it. In that packet, there's it's supposed to be a kind of like an information sheet on you,
Right.
that has like your name and address. Can you make sure you fill that out and send it to me
Yeah.
as soon as you can? Okay.
Yes, sir. I'll do that. By the way, if I can hear those other sites just fine. Every time you tell them you can't hear them, but I can hear them just fine here. I don't know what.
Oh, you can hear them there. You can hear Frederick.
Yes, I can.
Okay, let me call in and let them know about that. But you can hear Frederick talking to you, huh?
Yes, I can. And they were telling you that, trying to
Is this
get some
Tyson?
communication going.
Kendall, is Tyson there? Oh, you can, Kendall. Well, that's great. No, it's not a matter of seeing, it's a matter of hearing. It seems like I've got a site in Frederick that I can't hear at all, but my other site in Okmulgee says they can hear them. Yeah. I mean, that wouldn't be an audio problem here in the studio, would it? I can hear, I hear Okmulgee, but I don't hear him very well, to tell you the truth. It's kind of noisy. But I can't hear Frederick at all, but Okmulgee tells me that they can hear Frederick. Okay? Okay, Frederick, if you would, go ahead and try on your mic again.
Here we are, Dr. Martinez. Can you hear me now?
Gary, we caught you there for just a moment, I believe, in our master control, but I couldn't hear you at all here in the studio. Hold on. I'll tell you what. Count to 10 if you would.
Do what? I'm sorry? Do what, Dr. Martinez? Please repeat that. Anybody hear me? Yes, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Test, test,
Okay.
test.
Okay. Carlos, can you go ahead and count to 10 for me, please? Okmulgee.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes, I'm picking him up.
5,
Keep on going.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
The only other side I have is Idabel. Can you pick them? Can you catch me for Idabel?
This is Idabel. Can you hear us? This is Idabel. Can you hear us?
Okay, Lawrence, Lawrence, would you talk to me, please?
This is Idabel.
Go ahead and talk to me.
This is Idabel. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me, Dr. Martinez?
Do it again?
Can you hear me?
It's real weak here. Okay, hold on, Lawrence. Right, but I don't think anybody's going to be in Weatherford tonight. Okay. Okay, Lawrence, we're going to try to increase your audio for just a moment, so hold on. And when I tell you, I want you to count to 10. Okay, Lawrence, go ahead and count, please.
1, 2, 3, 4,
That's pretty good.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Am I coming in loud and clear now?
Give me just a little bit more. You're better, Lawrence. Hold on just a minute.
Okay.
A little bit. Sometimes your sound seems to go in and out.
I'm holding down. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. Is this okay?
I'm going to want you to count to 5, though. Hold on a second. Okay, Lawrence, go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's
Hear
pretty
me
good.
okay? Okay.
Let's try Frederick one more time. Hey, Frederick, can you go ahead and try to count to 10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're good.
Yeah. But that's better than not hearing him at all. Okay. Okay, Kendall, thank you. Bye. Okay, I think we got it all worked out there. Let's try again. Teresa, why don't you try your mic over there, Frederick?
1, 2, 3. Okay?
Sounds good. All right, we got good contact. Has Bill showed up over there yet? Oh, there you are. Bill, try on your mic, Bill.
Yeah.
Do some counting for me.
Now you're on.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Okay,
1,
that's better.
2, 3. Okay.
Okay. Is that Janine back there in the back? Who's there? Hi, Janine. Do you have a mic?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Move the microphone a little closer to you.
Okay, can you hear me?
That's better. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Very good. Carlos, let's try yours and Okmulgee.
Mine won't go off.
Can you still hear me all right?
Yes, I do. And you're looking good tonight, too, by the way. Just so everybody can see. There he is. Say hi, Carlos.
How you doing? How's
Carlos,
everybody out there?
Can you hear everybody? Can you hear Frederick and Idabel?
Yes, I can. I can hear him just fine.
Okay. Frederick, can you hear the other sites? Can you hear, could you hear Carlos right now?
Yes, we could hear Carlos. Yes.
Okay. Let's try Lawrence. Lawrence over Idabel, can you go ahead and talk again?
No, actually it cut off that here now. I wasn't real sure when I started.
Okay, not catching you yet, Lawrence.
Where this place is at.
Hold on a minute. Better work these out now rather than
I
later.
can hear them talk.
Kendall, can you hit up Idabel for me? I can't seem to get him.
Oh, who?
Do you have to do that? Do you have to do that manually?
I'm
Okay.
holding the mic down.
Okay? I see Idabel now. Put it back in the scan, that's fine. Okay. Well, now, if you put it back on scan, will I see Idabel? Okay, fine. But if he puts on the mic, we should go to him, right? Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay. Lawrence, go ahead and talk to me. Go ahead. Okay, Lawrence, not going to you right now. Go ahead and switch to him if you would, Kendall. Okay, there he is. Lawrence, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, I've
I
been
can
holding
hear
the
you.
mic
It
down.
doesn't sound good, but I can hear you.
I've been holding the mic down for a couple minutes now.
Okay.
You hear me okay?
What's happening is that apparently the video is not going to you when you hold down the mic. So I'm going to have to call the master control when I want to talk to you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Kendall, go ahead and put it back on roll. All right, just to make an audio check here one last time. Carlos and Osmogi, could you hear Lawrence when I was talking with him?
Yes, sir. I could hear it very well.
Okay, let's try down in Frederick one more time. Teresa and the gang, could you hear Lawrence at Idabel?
Yes.
Well, good. All right. Well, that's great. If only we could see him when we want to. We're almost there, folks. I tell you, a little bit of patience and we'll be there. That's fine. Okay. Well, again, thanks for your patience and working with me tonight on making sure we got everything worked up fine. Tonight is the 17th and is the due date for your first journal article report. Those of you that hopefully you put it in the mail already and I'll get it in the next couple of days. If you have not, for some reason, been able to mail it to me, please give me a call and let's talk about what's going on. I will try to, well, you see, most of the time I'll get the mail in about 1 to 2 days, depending on where you are, sometimes 3 days again. And so if you mailed it today, I may get it Friday, I may get it Monday. If I get it Friday, then I'll probably grade it over the weekend. If I don't get it until Monday, then of course I won't be able to do it until early part of next week, which means I can't get it back in the mail to you probably until about this time next week, and you should be getting it at the end of next week, which still gives you plenty of time for your next journal article, because again, I want you to get my feedback, my suggestions for improvement. And also, I'm going to want to talk a little bit about the articles that you reported on, share with each other some of the things that you found out in reading those articles on integrating academic and vocational education. Before we begin tonight, I wanted to show something to you. It is a piece that we've been developing here in the college, specifically in the School of Curriculum and Educational Leadership. Those of you who have been with our department or our program before probably know, and those of you that are new, you should know that we've had a restructuring occur here in the College of Education. That restructuring basically meant that we went from 6 departments to 3 schools. We combined many different areas from the former 6 departments, and we're now in a little bit of a different structure. Now, the structural change does not and has not affected our degrees. In other words, we still have the bachelor's, the master's, and the doctoral degrees in occupational and adult education, in vocational education, trade and industrial education, and in technical education. However, probably in the future, I would say within the next 1 or 2 years, those degrees will change, and we will probably become more focused in the occupational education area. Now, that doesn't mean that those of you who are interested in adult education would not have courses in that area. No, absolutely not. You will be able to take courses in adult education and make them part of our degrees. But our degrees will probably be more focused in the occupational, vocational, technical education area. So right now, instead of having a department of occupational and adult education, we have a program. We have a program in occupational education studies under a new school, and that school is called the School of Curriculum and Educational Leadership. And again, to give you an idea, there are, I believe, 5, possibly 6 programs under the School of Curriculum and Educational Leadership. I'll see if I can name them for you. For example, again, our program in occupational education studies is one program. We have another program in special education. We have another program in elementary education. We have another program in secondary education. We have a 4th, or really a 5th program in educational administration for those that are, again, pursuing principalship and superintendency certifications. And we have the 6th program, I was correct, in reading. And so the 6 programs that we have under the School of Curriculum and Educational Leadership are now one body. And I think this really will help us, especially in the integration of academic and vocational education and in a teacher preparation area. In the past, again, just like in the public schools, vocational education, academic education have been separated. They've been separated by structure, they've been separated by location, and in the university level, we've been separated by, again, departments. We've been in different departments. So now, what it is that we are together in the same unit now. In other words, my counterparts in English education, science education, math education, at the elementary, middle school, and high school level, we are now in the same department. My feeling is that now it will be easier for us to begin a process to try to integrate our teacher education programs, to where we have vocational, technical education, pre-service and in-service teachers working together, taking classes together with our academic counterparts. One of the things we've talked about in class over the last few weeks is the problem sometimes in getting academic and vocational teachers to work together, because we historically have worked together very little. But if we can start that at the university level in a pre-service situation, then teachers will be graduating out into the field with this integration already part of their expectation. In other words, they will expect to work with each other when they get into the school system. And if we can do that, then I think it will help the process of, again, the goal of integrating academic and vocational education across this state and hopefully, again, across various levels of education. So I think that in that respect, this new reorganization will actually be an advantage rather than a hindrance. And as long as we remain, I think, thoughtful, as long as we remain willing to cooperate, then I think that we have a very good chance of seeing some excellent movement in the area of integration, even at a teacher preparation level. So all this leads me to what I'm going to show you here in a moment. We have started to design some new documents, some new statements about what we believe in the School of Curriculum and Educational Leadership. So I'm going to show you this piece, and I'm probably, when I mail your article reports back to you, I'm going to mail you a copy of what I'm going to show you tonight. So I'll go ahead and show it to you now and kind of read through it, and then you can expect to get it here probably next week, okay? What this is here, again, is the Oklahoma State University Professional Education Council core concepts and goal statements. I probably need to explain what we mean by Professional Education Council. Teachers are actually trained in different colleges here at OSU. In other words, for example, our agriculture teachers are trained, they receive their courses in the College of Agriculture, not the College of Education. Music education, for example, also happens in the College of Arts and Science rather than in the College of Education. And so we have faculty who are involved in training teachers that are not in the College of Ed. So the entire Professional Education Council means people from all the colleges. In this case, it would be the College of Agriculture, the College of Arts and Science, and the College of Education together as one council in one unit that is about training educators, whether they be teachers, whether they be administrators, whether they be curriculum design specialists, professional development specialists, counselors, all different personnel, but together we make up the Professional Education Council. So, I'd just like to read this with you. It says, Oklahoma State University's professional education faculty seek to prepare individuals who believe everyone deserves the opportunity to learn and can learn, who act on the principle that diversity is to be valued, and who are committed to the belief that professional educators providing quality education are the backbone of society. This is beginning to give you what we feel are important values for those who we serve and for the population that we work with. The next part of it says OSU's professional education programs are devoted to the concept of integration. That's music to my ears. Integration. Professional education students learn to integrate personal experience with the field of knowledge and with the teaching based on sound theory and research-driven educational practice. The integration is talking about, in this case, many times our own personal experience with what we study and what we experience in the schools. And we're going to probably expand this a little bit more, as I mentioned, in terms of academic and vocational learning disciplines as well. And then the next paragraph says, students' attainment of unit and program goals is assigned and assessed in schools and communities in which continuous professional development for pre-service candidates and in-service school professionals and university faculty is valued. So we value the attainment of these goals as assigned and assessed, again, to ourselves and the community. This is, again, what we'll call our core concept and goal statement. This is a work in progress. This is what we've decided that we'd like to have right now in terms of a value statement, let's say a statement of goals and purpose for our unit and also for our college here at Oklahoma State University. So I wanted to share that with you first because I think we're moving in a really good direction in which the integration of our areas, our technical areas, our vocational areas, are going to be, again, more valued perhaps. We talked about the reasons for integration in terms of legitimizing vocational education and also providing relevance to academic education. And I think now at the college level, at the university level, we're beginning to make strides in that area. So I personally feel good about that, and hopefully we'll get some of your feedback as well after you get a chance to read the document, okay? Okay, that's what I wanted to bring out at the beginning, and hopefully that's made you a little more aware of what's happening here at OSU. I would like to begin, again, last week we ended up a little bit by showing you the videotape of one of the projects that I've been working with down in South Texas, a project in which we brought together some agriculture teachers and science teachers to work together and their students working together in an integrated project as part of a fish production project. And I wanted to get some reactions from you based on that video. We didn't have time to get any kinds of feedback last week, so I want to go ahead and start with that. If you remember or you happen to jot down anything pertaining to last week's video, I'd sure like to go ahead and get your opinions now. So if we can, let's go ahead and start down in Frederick and work our way north, so to speak. So let's see. Bill, I know you're the new kid on the block, but why don't we start with you? I talked with you a little bit earlier on the phone, and you mentioned you had a little bit of technical difficulty, but I think you were able to see and understand the video. So, Bill, if you would, do you have any comments about the videotape that we saw last week? We're either having technical difficulty or Bill has no comment. I'm not sure. We'll try. Hold on one more time. I'll tell you what, I'm going to wait till I see you, Frederick. We're rolling through the sites. And when I see you, I'm going to want you to try your mic. Okay, go ahead, Bill. Are you keeping your microphone held down, Bill?
Okay. All right. They're saying that I should be able to talk to you now. The light's on the microphone, so I should be able to talk to you, according to them. I enjoyed the film.
Okay. Bill, I got a little bit of your audio, but it's not coming in very clear. Hold on a second. See if we can boost it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
One, two.
Okay, Bill, try again.
Can you hear me?
That's better, Bill. Go ahead, keep talking.
Okay. While the film, some of the academics that they were integrating in, I didn't understand some of it. I think it's a good idea. I think probably it was teaching some of the students that were in the agricultural class how to, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It taught them more about their academics and how they would be able to learn more things in the real world and how to make a living, possibly.
Good. Well, that was one of our goals in terms of trying to help people see the relevancy again of what they were studying. The science students see the theory and the idea of what they were studying, and their science classes become real there with the fish, and the agriculture students perhaps learning a little bit more about the scientific principles behind it. That was our goal. That's a good comment. Anyone else at Frederick? Teresa, perhaps? Did you have a comment?
I had a lot.
I lost you, Teresa. Try again. We're having a little difficulty, I think. Hold on for a second there, Frederick. Let's try over to Carlos in Oklahoma City, and then we'll come. I'm sorry, in Okmulgee, and then we'll come back to you. Carlos, did you have any comments?
Yes, I had a question. How much actual team teaching do they actually do together and actually just mix the two contents together in the classroom.
I'm not sure I heard all the question. Can you repeat again?
Okay, how much actual team teaching are they actually doing in the classroom there, where you have both instructors there, verifying or reinforcing each other in the classroom? It said it did some. It
Okay,
didn't say how much.
Good question. And again, I'll repeat that just to make sure everyone could hear you. Carlos's question was how much actual team teaching occurred with the teachers being together with their students together. Actually, the amount of team teaching that occurred the first year was not very much. I think it only had happened maybe 3 times during the semester. One of the comments that the teachers made to me when I went down to review the program was that they had hoped to be able to organize more team teaching, where indeed they did team teach together. This first semester they kind of took turns, but they really didn't teach together as much as they wanted to. But they set that as a goal to do more of that in this year of the program coming up this year.
Thank you.
Okay, let's try down to Lawrence and Idabel. And Lawrence, let's see if we can, I'll tell you what, Lawrence, I want you to wait for a moment, and because I want to see if I'll catch your audio when I see you. Again, we're cycling through, and we should be seeing, I saw you just a minute ago, hold on now. And that might help us with your audio coming through. So hold on. And I keep on seeing Carlos. Hold on, Carlos, you're all right. Gonna get down to Idabel. Tell you what, Lawrence, go ahead and try. Try your microphone. Okay, I have not been able to catch you yet. Okay, so hold on now, Lawrence. Let's not give up for a second here. Let's try Frederick one more time. Teresa, can we try you again?
I had a lot of difficulty. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I had a lot of difficulty in understanding what they were saying. But it was interesting to see how the teachers did work together and put this project together. I have to tell you that the fish fry at the end of the project was probably the most interesting.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, at the end of the year when they had the fish fry, it was a pretty big event. The superintendent and various other central administrators and, of course, the school faculty were invited, and it was a very large event. They really did see, let's say, the fruit of their labor, or I should say the fish of their labor, or the fillet of their labor, but certainly it worked out real well. I'm sorry you didn't quite understand everything that was being said, but hopefully the pictures were able to help you understand what was going on there. Gary, did you have any comment as well about the video?
I agree with Teresa. Parts of it, especially the science teacher, and his talking was hard to understand. I guess in reading at case study number 3, it's a boost that you have that academic person and that vocational person working together on a project. I guess the agricultural and the science person is probably a given that it's in the same fields, but at least we've got the vocational and the academic crossing over on each other's side, and I think that's the start of integrating academics.
I agree with you. You may have now, in terms of not understanding the science teacher, I'm hoping that was a technical difficulty, because here we can understand him pretty well, I think, on the tape. I'll ask Godfrey about it. Go ahead, Gary.
Still, it was technical difficulty. I mean, there's something about the tape wasn't quite as good, and it seemed to, you could understand parts, but the time that he was speaking is when we had the most problems.
Oh, okay. Well, but you did kind of more or less get the main idea of what he was expressing?
Yes.
Okay, good. One thing I wanted to mention to you too, in that section of the videotape where I was conducting the interview with both teachers, that was not rehearsed. In other words, I did not tell them anything about the specific questions that I was going to ask them. I had given them a general idea. In other words, I said, well, I'm going to ask you generally about what you think is going to happen and how you're going to work together, but I didn't really rehearse it. And so it was fairly spontaneous, and that's kind of what I wanted. But I will say this, as you know now, my background is television production, and if we had a bad interview, we would have done it again, that's for sure, because I know that this would have been, again, supposed to be brought actually on the cable for the public to see, and I didn't want people to get a bad impression if for some reason the interview had not gone well. But it did. I thought it went pretty well, and that was, by the way, it was edited. In other words, the interview actually lasted a lot longer, and we cut it down to the time that you saw on the videotape last week. Janine, did you have any comments that you wanted to make before we leave you?
Well, one of the things I wondered, did the kids actually take part in building that whole set for the fish, or did they just take place in raising the fish?
Janine, I really couldn't understand you. Can you try moving again just a little bit closer to the microphone again?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes?
Okay, I was wondering if the kids actually took part in building the set where the fish stayed. Did they build all that, or did they just raise the fish?
Wow. This is not your fault, but again, it was very difficult. Gary, can you reset what she said, please? So I can understand you better than Janine.
She asked if the students themselves were involved in building the tanks and putting together the oxygen, the feeding, or did they just do the production of raising the fish?
Actually, the tank itself came in pieces, and the students from the agricultural program put it together. They actually built the building that the tank was housed in. They installed all the tubing and actually put again the tank with its struts anchored on the ground. So they pretty much put it all together and did quite a bit of the construction itself that you saw on the tape. We'll try Lawrence one more time here. Lawrence, why don't you try on your microphone? Okay, I'm going to call in and get you up, Lawrence. Hold on. I know I can get you this way. Can you punch Idabel for me, Kendall? Okay. Lawrence, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. My comments on that were, you know how I think that hands-on is the way to go in a lot of things. I think it's really neat how they, how the students could actually do something that they could do hands-on, and a lot of these students probably had aquariums at home where they raise fish, and this is just a little bit larger project, but I think it was really neat that they could actually do it hands-on, and they could see the fish growing and see what they're, see what they were doing as far as their, the actual product that they're turning out. And they also see what the knowledge of chemistry, how important it is in raising fish. And having a fish fry at the end of the year is very good for PR for the whole community.
That's a good point, Lawrence. I agree that they learn learned a lot. The next videotape that we are now producing is going to include some interviews that I did with students themselves. At the end of the year last year, I went down and asked the teachers to not select students, but just to bring their classes together. And then I was set up in another room and had them come in and talk to me about their experiences that they had. And in those interviews that were conducted,
Dr.
we were
Martinez?
beginning to see that the agriculture students felt like they wanted to work more with the academic students. They felt they didn't have enough interaction. And the academic students kind of
Dr. Martinez?
the same thing. They said that they did interact a little bit, but they really wanted to interact more because of the way the
Dr. Martinez?
assignments had been made. The academic students went in and did one thing and then had a little interaction with the agriculture students, and then the agriculture students would go in and do something else, and then they kind of communicate back and forth. But what I asked the teachers, and then I asked the students too, I said, did you actually teach up academic and vocational students together on one team and have them work together? And they indicated that they had not done that. That's something they're going to do this year that will be different from last year. That's something that the students said that they definitely wanted to have. And also, they also felt like they wanted their teachers to be teaching together a little bit more. The academic students said that they learned a lot about the possible careers in the, let's say, marine science area, that they really had not thought about the application of science in this case, in particular, the marine life area, but also could be expanded into other fields. And the agriculture students also became more interested in perhaps some of the science courses to take later on, because some of these students, for example, were sophomores and some of them were juniors, and they had not considered taking any of the academic science courses in marine or I think they call it aquatic sciences. But now, because of their exposure to the teacher and to the other students, now the agriculture students were thinking about taking classes in that area on the academic side that they maybe would not have taken if this project hadn't happened. So again, some new, let's say, visions, some new ideas happening there. We got one more person to ask about, and that's Godfrey, who's sitting here in the classroom. So Godfrey, I'd like for you to, if you have any comments about the videotape, to go ahead and share with us now. Godfrey? Are you pushing on the mic? Make sure you get, there you go. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
The most important thing I wanted to know was how they were assessing the students. They explained on the video, but I couldn't get it much.
Godfrey's question in terms of assessment, in terms of how the teachers were assessing the students, they did it in several ways. First, the students had to write reports based on their projects. If they were given, for example, a project to measure the water in terms of various chemicals, then they would have to go measure and write down their readings and then turn those into the teachers. So those were graded. Also, they had various assignments, for example, to go and measure the fish, weigh the fish, examine the fish for what they look like in terms of their scales, and also their, again, eyes and different things. And so they had to write down their measurements and keep that as like almost a weekly kind of report. And then there was also some content knowledge, information on how to do certain procedures that they were given quizzes on. But as the teachers kind of mentioned in the test, a lot of it was, do you know the name of this tool? Do you know the proper procedure? can you actually go and do it? And I watch you do it. It's kind of like a performance examination for the students to see if they could perform the tests, see if they could handle the fish in the correct manner that they were trying to teach them in the classroom. Now, you also have to remember that this project was done by only one class of each of these teachers. And these teachers also had other classes that were not involved in this project, but certainly were aware of it because of the activity and obviously the new equipment that were there. So there was a combination of written examinations, reports that the students would have to turn in, and also some just observation and performance kinds of assessment as well, whether they could perform. Those are the kinds of ways that they were assessed. But I do have some sad news to share with you about this program. This weekend, I called down to see what was going on, being at the beginning of the year. And unfortunately, there's been somewhat of a budget cutback, which is our realities that we face sometimes in education. The school district has built a new school, another high school, and because I guess of either miscalculations and other things, the monies or the budget had to be, let's say, reshuffled a little bit so that everyone at the new school could be able to start the school year in time. And as a result, part of the vocational budget that had been allocated by the district was shifted away to provide for funds for that new school. And so as of now, they have not yet bought the new crop of fish for this year's project, and they're not sure when that's going to occur. And so the teachers are somewhat disappointed. I spoke with the person that's kind of the liaison between the academic and the vocational teachers, and he was telling me that, again, the teachers their morale and their spirit, let's say, for the project has been hurt because now they can't go forward like they had hoped with the new project. But there is hope that, again, the monies will be able to be reinstated, and hopefully they'll be able to start the program here maybe next month in October. It'll be a little bit late for when they wanted to start, but of course that was a disappointment to the student, and unfortunately sometimes those are the realities that we face in education. They're very difficult choices that I know school board members and superintendents have to make about where things go, and unfortunately sometimes decisions are made to where, even though that money certainly will benefit students at another school, that unfortunately that will delay this project from moving forward in the, let's say, the schedule that we had hoped that it would move forward to. But hopefully this is just a temporary setback, and we'll get rolling here pretty soon. But knowing the teachers and the people down there, I wouldn't be surprised if they found another source and got somebody else to help them get those fish and get rolling as quickly as they can. As you all know, in vocational education, we do have advisory committees, and we do have lots of hopefully good working relationships with business and industry, and hopefully they'll come to their aid to help them in getting the project moving here before too long. So I'll keep you informed in terms of what happens, okay? I appreciate your comments. I think you had some good insights, and certainly we're going to continue here. What I'd like to do now is I'd like for us to consider case study number 2, please. And so I'd like to ask you to go ahead and take case study number 2 out from your papers. It's entitled Teachers Teaching Teachers, Can It Work? Okay? And hopefully you've had a chance to read over case study number 2. And what I'd like for you to do is I'd like you to take, let me go ahead and show this here for just a second. This is what it looks like. Teachers, case study number 2. what I'd like for you to do at Frederick, since we have several of you there, and then I know Carlos, you and Lawrence are by yourselves right now. I'd like for you at Frederick to go ahead and discuss amongst yourselves perhaps some answers to the questions at the back. And then Lawrence, you and Carlos, and here we have Godfrey. If you would go to those questions and kind of jot down your answers to those, and then we'll go over them together in a group. So let's take maybe about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and find out what your answers are to these questions, okay? So let's take about 10 minutes to review and get your reactions.
Okay. do you think? We're planning on taking a break now, are you?
I'll go around and try to get some books. I'm gonna have to be right back. Just say your audio.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're about ready to start. Let me go ahead and begin by summarizing the case study a little bit for us all. This is a case study that really revolves around an effort that was made after a couple of teachers, specifically here in the description. We have Kevin Brandenburg, who's a business teacher, and Santanya Murphy, who's an English teacher. And both of these teachers went to a workshop that was concentrated on integrating academic and vocational education. They came back to their school with lots of ideas and lots of enthusiasm about how they could work together to promote their business skills and also the English skills and projects and assignments. And their principal was impressed by their enthusiasm and said, well, perhaps they could do a presentation or a workshop for their teachers at their school. They did that. The workshop seemed to be very successful. It tells us that after the workshop was over, that several teachers started talking amongst themselves and, again, planning ways, projects, assignments where they could also collaborate, have students work between and among their classes. And then they decided to take that even one step further after the success of that particular workshop to perhaps approach the technical school that wasn't too far away. A lot of their students attended the technical school, and said perhaps even go and try to establish better working relationships with the vocational teachers. Both Kevin and Santanya agreed to do that, and also commented, by the way, that there had been 2 teachers from the technical school attend that workshop, and that they got to know them there, and that they had lunch several times, and even they commented how it was kind of a funny situation, or strange that they had to go to this conference, who knows how far away, but it was far away, and that's where they met when they worked only 5 miles away from each other, and how, kind of, I guess, ironic that was. But anyway, they contacted apparently the school, and the school said, fine, let's go ahead and do it. And since, again, Kevin and Santanya had already made the presentation and, I guess, prepared the material, they decided that they would be the presenters. They went to the technical school to make their presentation, the workshop, but unfortunately were not received in the same manner. Matter of fact, there was some degree of conflict and even a degree of disagreement, and the workshop did not or was not as successful as it was at the high school where they had done it the first time. And then later on, as it says at the very end of the case study, when they were talking about it, and I'll read right from the last paragraph there, it says, later when talking about the experience they had at the technical center with their principal, Mr. Kilgannon, Kevin and Santanya began exploring why the in-service session had not been the success that it had been at the high school. They knew from what they had learned at the regional conference that for the integration of vocational and academic education to occur at an effective level, all faculty would have to cooperate, and they were disappointed that the faculty at the technical center did not hold the same view. So now let's go ahead and get your reactions to the questions, and let's begin with Carlos this time over in Okmulgee for question number 1. Carlos, it says, what should teachers know about one another and what others teach before they try to help one another? Carlos, your ideas on that question.
I believe as far as what they should know about one another, basically the subjects that they teach, the materials that they use, and how those can relate as far as integration would be concerned. And as far as trying to help one another, basically encourage each other into, or what's a better way to put this?
Okay. Your first point, let me make sure I can repeat, and I've got it right, Carlos. You said that one of the things they should know is the subject matter that each other teaches, and then the second thing was try to learn, I'm not sure what you said the second time was, but something about each other, is that right?
Right, about the methods they use and the materials they teach and how they relate one to the other.
Okay, to try to get some information to maybe be the basis for how they relate to one another. Let's go back to your first point. You said they need to know about what they teach. Why is that? Why would that be important, Carlos?
Because I believe the different technical areas that are taught are going to require different amounts of the different types of academics. One may require more science, one may require more mathematics, one may require more reading and writing skills. Although I believe reading and writing skills will be relevant to every single field of study, a lot of them are going to require more of the sciences.
Okay, I think you make a good point about that perhaps not all areas might be as, let's say, easily compatible as, let's say, business and English, which was the two teachers here. You have the business education and the English teachers that share a lot of communication, writing, a lot of commonality, and so they felt like there was a lot of contact there. But maybe for some programs, that might be a little harder to do. So knowing the subject matter of what each other teaches, you might be able to group people perhaps in ways to where the integration might be easier. that what you want to express there?
That's pretty close to what I was trying to say. Yes.
Sounds good to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go over to Frederick and ask again some of our friends your reactions also to question number 1. Gary, did you have any other thoughts about question number 1 about what teachers should know about each other and what they could do to try to help one another out?
Probably the only other thing that we came up with, we agreed wholeheartedly with Carlos, would be that maybe they ought to know, by being the outside coming from the high school, they really didn't know who in the technical school was in favor of integrating academics, who was totally opposed, and in trying to work that part. They didn't really know those people. They knew 2, but the 2 they knew were in favor of the program, but they could have been another whole staff over there that influenced them and were all opposed to the integration. Opposed to having anybody from the high school come in. Maybe it would have been better that the local technical people did the teaching themselves instead of the high school people.
So you kind of jumped there to question number 3 perhaps, but that's a good point, and that's an excellent point. Sometimes, in other words, I think what you're expressing is right, that there needs to be some groundwork perhaps that might need to be laid before we have an actual workshop or effort to try to bring people together. Some ideas, maybe teachers don't know what integration means. Maybe they have some false misperceptions about it. Maybe they're not sure of what this means, and maybe even could perceive it as a threat to them, and so not be, let's say, in favor of it, and maybe some, let's say, information and the laying of some ground rules and groundbreaking kinds of, let's say, just information awareness might need to happen before we bring teachers together to get at their attitude and to find out if people are interested and to see if how they feel about it. So I think that's a real good comment. Your comment about maybe having the technical teachers involved, I think that kind of relates to our 3rd question, and we'll come back to that in a minute. I want to try to get down to Lawrence and Idabel. Lawrence, why don't you try to talk to me, and if not, I'll get on the phone and get you. Okay, I'll get on the phone. Here we go. Lawrence, hang tight. See if I can catch Kendall. Kendall, we need Idabel, please. Okay, Lawrence, go ahead and try again.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I believe that the teachers should visit each other's classrooms and just see what they do. If an academic teacher visits a vocational class, they need to see them also. For instance, if they visit, say, a carpenter class, they need to be out. They need to see them building a house, but also they need to see them in the classroom and what they teach in the classroom. And I think it's very important for one to see what the other one does before they can really help each other.
That's what comment, Lawrence. Again, just
Dr.
to make sure
Martinez,
everybody
can
heard
you
that.
still hear me?
Yes,
Can you
go
still
ahead.
hear me? I can hear you and Carlos, but I can't hear anyone else.
Okay,
Can you
so
hear
you're having trouble hearing Frederick?
Yes, you and Carlos are the only ones I can hear.
Okay, I'll try to repeat what Frederick says to you, so that way you don't miss out on that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And I think I did that last time with their answer, in terms of their answer being that, again, the teachers do a little more groundwork before getting it together, and learning about attitudes. And Lawrence, your comment about having the teachers come together and visit each other's classes, just to find out about one another, see what each other does, might be a very good first step, especially if that's never happened. I know here locally in Stillwater, they've in the last, I will guess, maybe in the last 5 years or perhaps a little bit more, that every year they try to bring academic teachers from some of the feeder schools or sending schools to the vocational technical school during the year or perhaps during in-service about what is actually occurring, the learning that is happening, and then vice versa. I think that we need to have vocational teachers visiting some of the academic classrooms so that they can also see what's going on in those classrooms as well. So the more we know about each other, then perhaps the easier it might be for us to be able to later on to come and work together. So I think that's a very good point. Godfrey, do you have any comment here in the classroom about maybe what could be done to answer question number one?
The answers which I had are more similar to what the already said. Knowing the subject the other teachers that teach and how they teach them. In the sense that, like in this subject, we have where they say the teacher said the examples they were giving were not relating to their subject. That shows they didn't plan well.
Very good comment. And made the comment again about not seeing the relationship. And that could have been, again, if we think about it, something that might have been able to be foreseen, especially when you got to question number 3. Let's try to deal with question number 2 here. And also, I think I need to go back to the manager control for just a moment because I've been sitting on Idabel for a while. And but I want you to put it in. Hold on, Lawrence. Okay. Oh, now we're going. See, you were on there, and now we're going. But okay, fine. But I want Lawrence after a little while. Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Okay, here we go. Question number 2 says, to what extent is reading and writing in content area a good place to start when developing activities that are integrated across classes? Okay, the question says, is this a good place to start? Might it be a good place to start? Just generally speaking, and so since I've got Frederick up on my television monitor, start with Teresa. What do you think, Teresa? Or what did your group talk about?
Well, we felt like that was one of the best places to start because it didn't matter whether you were going into mechanics, electronics, or health. You had to have some writing skills, communication skills, and reading.
So in your opinion, then, you felt that was a good place to start because it can affect a lot of different areas, right?
Right.
Okay. Let's try over to Carlos and Okmulgee. Carlos, what's your opinion? Do you think that this is a good place to start as well?
Yes, sir. I think it's a good place to start, and also, as they do research projects and writing projects, it also helps them to familiarize themselves with the many different areas in their field that are available to them or to study.
Carlos, remind us again, what area do you teach?
I teach in the diesel and heavy equipment department.
I'm sorry.
In the diesel and heavy equipment?
Diesel and heavy equipment. Can you see, let's take your own example of doing research and possibly other kinds of writing assignments. Can you see something like that in your particular program?
Yes, I can. I give my students writing assignments at least twice a semester, especially on finding out about new technologies involving the different products that are out there in the market, so they can do some learning on their own and teach the other students at the same time.
Okay, so you can see where a writing assignment can be used in your particular class. Wouldn't it be neat if that writing assignment would also count in, let's say, one of the students' English classes?
Yes, it would. That'd be great, but I don't think it happens right now.
And you don't think it would happen? Why not?
At this moment, I don't think so, but I don't see where it would be impossible for it to happen later.
Let me ask you, the students in your program that you have, do you know whether or not they're also taking academic courses, or are they only taking technical courses?
Okay, in our degree program, they have to have the academics and the technical courses also.
Okay, but maybe they're not necessarily taking an English class this semester?
Right, okay, right. We don't know that all of them are taking the same class, right? They're going to pick and choose whatever fits in their schedule.
Okay, so see, in terms of looking at how this works, right, if a student may not necessarily be taking an English class, then having that kind of assignment may not be reinforced in another setting. But if we know that the students are taking English, then those kinds of assignments, if you can get together with the English teacher, could be reinforced and again, implemented by both at the same time.
That's a good idea. I think we ought to try that.
Okay, let's try to go down to Idabel one more time and see if we can catch Lawrence and Kendall. If you're listening to me, can you hit up Lawrence? I think he has to punch you up. Trying to avoid not using the telephone. We've been stuck on Frederick for a long time. Here's you guys, I've been watching you for about the last 5 minutes instead of moving around, but y'all are looking good. Hang in there. We'll see if we can get, I guess I'm going to have to get on the phone here. Okay, we'll try to get Idabel on. And then we'll ask Walter. There's Idabel.
Can you hear me, Dr. Martinez?
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I think that reading is extremely important in anything you do. For instance, Carlos probably agree with me on this. You know, you give the students a manual to do a job, and they can't read the manual. It's pretty depressing to them, and it just makes you realize how difficult it is. You get someone that can't read, and normally they can't write either because they can't spell, and it just makes it pretty difficult for them to learn anything. So it would be a definite good place to start in the reading and writing content area.
I think Lawrence makes an excellent point, and I think it refers to perhaps and I really don't like to use this language, but I will. The quality, the competency level in basic skills that maybe are lacking sometimes in the students that we get. Sometimes their writing skills, their reading skills are below the scholastic level that they are actually in. Students may be at the 11th grade or the 10th grade and have maybe a 5th grade reading level, or maybe even lower, or maybe a 7th grade writing level, or maybe even lower. And that's nothing that we should be assigning blame to necessarily, but it ought to be something that we should be addressing, and perhaps we can address it better in an applied manner rather than in an abstract manner. Maybe if the student is interested in the technical area that he or she finds himself, they would be more willing to write about it and write about it in a way that perhaps more correct than they would for a writing assignment that is about something they have absolutely no interest in at all. And so in that way, by getting the English and vocational assignments together, they might be able to produce a little bit better, let's say, skill or learning gain on the part of the student. So, good point. We have one more question left, and Lawrence, since you're on there, let's start with you on question number 3. What are some possible reasons why the in-service session proved not to be favorable? And also, I want to ask you for suggestions on how it might have been better.
I think that a lot of times some of the technical teachers don't look very favorably on the integration. They feel that they'll have to teach more math or science or reading or something, more than they're having to teach now in their curriculum. And a lot of them, as you well know, will tell you that they don't really have the time to teach the skills that they need to now sometimes to enable the students to get a job. It's real difficult to be able to get through the curriculum that we have to cover and still be able to teach them the skill that they need to go out and get a job. We spend as much time, for myself, I spend as much time as I have to in the classroom to cover the curriculum, but I also spend as much time as I possibly can out in the shop. And there would be probably a definite hesitancy on the part of the technical instructors, the vocational instructors, on this.
We've got some good points there, Lawrence. A vocational technical teacher, again, attitude may be that I've already got enough on my plate. Matter of fact, I might have too much on my plate, and now here comes these folks telling me that I've got to do this too. And again, their attitude may be, no, I'm sorry, just isn't something I'm willing to do. And that may, again, have had an impact on why they did not receive Kevin and something very, very positive. Let's try to go into a bogey and get Carlos to read on question number 3. Carlos, would you go ahead and talk in?
Okay, I agree with Lawrence on what he said. Just about the attitudes, maybe, and
Carlos, hold on just a minute, Carlos. Can you hit on bogey for me? Carlos, try again.
okay, can you hear me?
Frederick?
Okay. So you want me to keep going?
Carlos, try again.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Like I was saying, I think I agree with Lawrence what he said about the attitudes, about the instructors already having a full palate, like what you said, and but I think also they might have had a slight attitude about a high school teacher coming down and telling the technical people how to do things, and I think that gets experienced once in a while.
Why do you think that the technical teachers would not be as open, let's say, to an applied or an academic teacher in this case?
I believe they might feel intimidated or maybe lacking in those academic skills, and that might bother them somewhat.
So lack of insight in their own field may make them kind of think like, well, if you don't have credibility, so I may not really be receptive to your point. Is that what you'd like to say?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Okay. Walter in the classroom, I think, has a comment. So Walter's not feeling too well tonight, y'all, so we're going to cut him some slack if he doesn't sound too good. Go ahead, Walter.
The technical teachers, academics, those instructors have no real-world experience. And the other point is that Kevin and Centennia should have gotten some, it says here that they didn't use examples that related to the technical students, and they should have known they were going into a technical environment and maybe looked a little ahead and got some technical examples and used them for this in-service group.
All right, good point. That goes back to what was said down in Frederick, I think a little bit earlier, or at least alluded to in terms of using the resources that we had there. I agree that if the in-service could have been made more broad in terms of trying to use other examples than just maybe English or writing, even though we tend to agree that English and writing can be used in virtually all areas, but if we might have looked at some science and maybe looked at some mathematics, that some of the other areas might have been a little more receptive. Let's go back to Frederick and get some comments. Bill, again, do you have any, or your group have any other ideas about why this didn't work?
What we came up with was more or less that there wasn't as much integration between the high school and the technical school as there should have been. Probably, maybe they should have, the teachers gone together and discussed what they were going to teach.
That's a real good point. And if I heard you right, and I want to repeat it for Lawrence and you verify, I think the point you were saying was that we needed to get more of the teachers together. If we could add more of the academic teachers there to talk about their response to the, let's say, workshop they had at their high school, and gone maybe as a team of teachers and tried to relate their areas, then maybe that would have been more successful. Is that right, Bill?
That's right. I agree.
Okay, that's some good points. I think also probably one of the biggest problems that we've got here is the lack, and I think Gary pointed this out earlier, the lack of involvement of the technical teachers themselves from that campus. again, and this maybe doesn't happen in all cases, but in a lot of cases, if you have your own peers from your own campus who hopefully have some credibility, endorse a particular project or a particular, let's say, approach, then for me, if I'm on that campus, I may be willing to maybe listen to it, think about it, maybe even give it a better hearing than if it came from somebody completely different. And that was the point I think that Walter was also making, that these folks maybe didn't have a lot of credibility in the eyes of the technical teacher. So it's important to build credibility. When I was working down again in the South Texas project of the videotape that I showed you last week, believe me, we had many meetings. We had to build a sense of trust. We had to build a sense of camaraderie, a sense of faculty working together. When, again, that kind of environment is not there, that's something that has to be created. And usually it's not created just in one event. It happens over a series of events where you give teachers a chance to sit and talk, to air out their attitudes, as I think was said by Frederick Group, and to try to have an exchange of information and ideas, and hopefully we address some of the attitudes and values that may act as barriers to the project. If we can all agree that we want our students to learn, if we can all agree that we might be able to help each other, if we can all agree that by working together we might be more effective, then based on those agreements, then we can go forward. But if we can't even come to those agreements, then it's very difficult to go forward. And I think this case study is what shows that out, okay? Okay, I've got just about 8 o'clock right now. Let's go ahead and take about a 15, 20-minute break, and we'll come back. And I've got another videotape I'd like to share with you, and hopefully we won't have the same technical difficulty.
Here's the break time snack. Oh. You're gonna wear us out tonight.
And what happened, for some strange reason, someone got the idea that you were actually going to pick them up, and today I called over there just to make sure that your books had been sent, and the lady on the phone said, well, one of your students came to pick them up, and I said, wait a minute, this is a distance class? And she goes, so anyway, tomorrow morning I'm going to make sure that they're federally expressed to you, and I know that we are behind in reading a little bit, but not to worry, because we'll be able to catch up during the semester. Again, don't fret about that at this point. What I want to do now is, well, anyway, make a long story short, we'll get those to you tomorrow or the next day. The two books, again, that you'll be getting, Teaching Through Understanding, or Teaching for Understanding through the Integration of Academic and Technical Education, and its counterpart is Education Through Occupations in American High School. So you'll be getting those, hopefully, by Friday. Okay. Now what I'd like to do is I'd like to show you a videotape. The name of this videotape is called Learning to Work and Working to Learn. I'll put this up so you can see that. It is a videotape that is produced by the American Vocational Association, and the running time on this tape is roughly about 10 minutes and 30 seconds. And what I'd like for you to do is go ahead and watch the tape, make some notes of important points that you think might be interesting to share after the tape is over, and then we can discuss that for a little while as well. I think you'll find the points in the tape to be very relevant to the discussions we've been having in class. So, let's work, technology.
There's a new movement in education that is of vital importance to every workplace and community in America. It addresses how we prepare our future workers. American industry is changing more rapidly than ever before. Trade is global. Communication is instant. Computers are everywhere. More jobs have become knowledge-based. Workers need sophisticated technical skills to compete. The workplace and the workforce are not what they were even a few years ago.
Technology is changing the face of the workforce.
New products, new procedures, new materials come along.
We're all re-engineering and we're reorganizing and we're downsizing.
Therefore, it's more important for our people to gain a broad variety of skills and be very versatile.
We have to make sure that we continue to produce for ourselves world-class workers who, in fact, can earn world-class wages. So, in fact, we can have a world-class economy.
Industry is having to spend a tremendous amount of money retraining employees to have the skills or to develop the skills that they need.
We're in an environment of continuous learning.
The need for skills and education is increasing in our American workplace, and workers are struggling to keep up. How can we best equip them to succeed as the changes continue? By changing the way we educate America's workforce. In middle schools, high schools, technical and community colleges, and universities, educators are teaching, retraining, and upgrading, combining technical and employability skills with academics, sending learners out into the business world for work-based experience. This movement is called School to Work, and vocational technical education is at its core.
The School to Work program rests on a few very big ideas. One of the ones that's most important to me is that there is no choice to be made between practical workplace skills and academic knowledge, that the two reinforce each other.
What we've tried to do over the past 10 years in vocational education is provide the type of program for students that will be an integrated curriculum, a curriculum that is relevant, meaningful.
Vocational education is all integrated, academically integrated field experience, integrated work experience, and as that comes together, the individual understands why the science components of it, why the math components, why the technical writing, why organizational skills, why a particular lab experience is important.
Academic and technical teachers work together in a single comprehensive program.
What works extremely well is I may say something one way, I don't reach it. Joyce may turn around in math class say the same exact thing in another terminology. Oh, so she grabs the student and says, oh, I understand that.
He tells me what he's going to be doing, and then I pick up from there and go with him.
Every classroom has a sign that asks the question, where are we going to be using what we're learning today?
Vocational technical programs bring students out into the community for work-based learning experiences. They apply their classroom studies and lab work in apprenticeships, co-ops, and internships at local and national businesses.
It isn't just theory work, we're applying the theory in a real-life setting.
When I was on this job interview, I went in and I looked at everything in there, and all the machinery, the IV room, everything was all exactly what we learn in here.
The people that come to us are well prepared because of the courses that they take in school, and the teachers that they have are well aware of what our requirements are, and they take time to get them familiar with what we expect.
The School to Work program provides young, motivated, and eager employees for the business community. It helps us develop their skills both on a technical level and as far as good work ethics.
They put me right to work. They just threw me right in there, like, come on, I'm going to learn it. It was great.
They integrate very well into the program, and they make contributions in the application of new technology, new procedures that they're being taught in school.
They get a real picture about what it's like to earn a living, what it's like to be responsible to show up for a job every day, and what the consequences are going to be when you don't.
In vocational technical education programs, students work as they learn and learn as they work in exciting real-life settings. Active vocational student organizations representing all career fields help them acquire teamwork, leadership, and employability skills while sharpening their career focus.
Before I came here, I mean C's and D's. Now I'm on honor roll every quarter, and it's not because it's easy,
but it's because I'm doing something that I really like and enjoy, and it's something that I'm really going to do out in the world. Working here has definitely helped me make some major decisions in my life. It's helped me decide things like which college I decided to go to, what job opportunities are available.
Vocational technical education teaches students critical thinking skills so they can explore career options and make informed decisions about their futures. There's a big payoff. Career pathways open up to lead them toward increasingly responsible and challenging career choices throughout life.
I like working with children. I always wanted to work in a daycare center or run my own daycare center. I like want to be a role model to the kids that don't have fathers or older brothers.
The vocational student graduates with a very well-rounded education, an education that allows them a choice of many directions to go, whether they want to go directly to the workforce or they want to go on to college. And the more opportunities and the more alternatives the student has, the more chance of success they have in their chosen careers.
School to Work is about partnerships between high schools, colleges, businesses, and communities. It's a winning arrangement for everyone involved.
There are a whole variety of links between the secondary and post-secondary education. In many cases, the students will come directly to the college while they're still in high school, and in some cases, our faculty will go and teach in the high school.
One of the things that Procter & Gamble has developed in the past 10 years is a mentoring program. Many of our employees want to give their time and talent to public education because there's a payout in that investment. At Procter & Gamble, we call that a leading-edge strategy.
I believe that the schools that are more successful are the ones that are taking the lead in getting with the business community, finding what the needs are, staying abreast of the technology, and matching the students with those needs.
Educating our young people for the workplace demands of the future is vitally important to the country and to our community. General Motors is establishing a program to recruit dealer mentors as part of the School to Work movement.
Automated Graphic Systems is deeply involved in the School to Work program because it allows us to hire the best recruits possible. We spend less time having to train them and less money invested in training to get them to the level where they're actually producing and making automated graphic systems profitable.
As we are going through downsizing and cutbacks of areas, the retraining of current adults in the workforce by vocational education is very significant and very important to our future.
The future of our company really does rest with the fact that we want competent people who are comfortable with the technology, comfortable with making business decisions, and we think that vocational training, in a very practical sense, is a solid contributor to that model.
I'm here to ask for your personal involvement. I'm here to ask you to do something for your country. For young people in your community, I'm asking you to get involved in technical education in your community.
I not only implore, I beg community leaders, business people, to become very much involved in the education and the training of our young people. You and only you can tell us what skills are necessary for the jobs that are going to be available in your area.
It's our commitment from a business and industry and community standpoint to support every young person in their development so that they can be a more productive part of society. Everybody makes a difference.
In 1995, approximately 900 students will graduate from Seminole Community College. But what makes this group so special, unique, and different from those other graduates? We have jobs.
For more information about School to Work and vocational technical education programs, contact your local school system or the American Vocational Association at 1-800-826-9972.
on videotape, what types of points did you happen to note from the tape?
I noted that they were stressing internships and partnerships, and I can tell you that we're starting to do that here. And internships is, I believe, an excellent way to bring in practical experience to the things that have been taught. And since they're usually now doing it in a manner where they're going to go on internship for half the semester, the other half they're going to be learning the application, they're going to get reinforced over and over again. By the time they graduate, they're going to be in pretty good shape for that particular field of study. And also partnerships, that's one thing that's a little bit harder to get, but you have to work at it. And get the industry to support you. That also shows students that the industry's out there, they're ready for them, and they want them to be trained in the areas that they need.
Those are some good points, Carlos. The idea of, again, work-based learning as part of the learning program, whether they be in the form of an internship or an apprenticeship or, again, some type of a cooperative program where the student actually goes to the work site and not only applies the knowledge that they have learned from the classroom, but also learns more knowledge and skill that they may not be able to actually experience in the classroom. As part of the school to work design is truly something that's important and hopefully will be implemented more. And if we try to contextualize that also the academics that they're learning that are applied to the technology also gets a chance to be reinforced and used at the work site in the work-based learning. Let's try to go down to Frederick now then and ask our group at Frederick what kinds of points that they noticed. And let's start this time with Teresa in the middle of the front row. So Teresa, what points did you write or notice from the video?
They mentioned several times that with our jobs now that we are seeing a lot of downsizing and we're seeing a lot of multi-skilling in any type of industry. And because of this, we're seeing a big change in the training that the students are having to receive. We're also seeing adults having to come back and be retrained into these different skills areas.
That's a good point, Teresa. The idea of the changing workplace, the downsizing, the need for more training of the current workers in order to take on these roles and responsibilities, the need for new training as we go along with technology. Those are important points to bring out, and again, the change of the educational systems to try to be able to work with that is good. I want to ask Janine also for her comments, but Janine, if I don't hear you well, I may ask for someone else to reinforce that, but why don't you give it a try, Janine? Did you have any comments on the video?
Well, one thing that I really thought was neat was, and I may not have understood this right, but it looked like there was a vocational teacher and an academic teacher within one classroom setting. And I thought that that would be a wonderful possibility if we could ever get to that point, because they mentioned where one teacher might not be able to explain it one way, the other one could pick up and take over and get the point across.
And we heard you loud and clear on that one, Janine, so you did a good job. The point you make, and again, I believe I want to translate for Lawrence down in Idabel. He said he wasn't sure he could hear you all. The point that Janine made was the part of the video where we saw both an academic and a vocational teacher together in the same classroom working with the students. And the point being made that sometimes the students might understand it the way the academic teacher phrased it, or if they didn't catch it, maybe the way the vocational teacher phrased it, or vice versa, that if sometimes if the vocational teacher just quite didn't come across, but then the academic teacher would try to say it in a different way, and then the student would understand. And Janine also said it would be great to get to that point. Let me tell you, Janine, it is happening in a few cases. One case in particular here in Oklahoma where that is done is in Choctaw, Oklahoma, at eastern Oklahoma County area, Votech. at their school, they do have an English and a mathematics instructor who formerly taught at one of the feeder high schools, and now they are full-time members of the staff at the vocational center. And they do a rotational, by a rotational basis, team teach with all the vocational teachers in that school, and also help those teachers teach some of the academic competencies that are required. And matter of fact, there's an article that appeared in the Vocational Education Journal, actually in 1996, I believe, last year, or it might have been 95, on them. It's called The Specialist. And matter of fact, it just so happened that Walter and Godfrey kind of found that article on their own, and I think that was the article I faxed the bill as well, that talked about the integration and their integration efforts in Choctaw and how they continue. I'm hoping that both of them will be our guest speakers later in the semester, so you all have a chance to interact with them and let them tell you their new progress and what they're doing at the VOTEC. But I agree with you, Janine, being able to have two teachers together, one on the technical and one on the academic side, has proven to be a very powerful model when we're integrating academic and vocational learning. Gary, do you have any comments from the video?
Probably there's a couple of points that were brought out that I thought were interesting. Is one is where he said that where will we use what we learned today? I thought that was a very appropriate type of assignment might be, or something to start with each day. And then curriculum that is applicable. That means, you know, where it can be used. I thought those were two very good points. And then it brought out about the percentages that where, you know, it used to be that the world is changing, but 60% of the workers are skilled workers, where you only have 20% in the professional area. And I thought that's a figure that's been thrown out there, but one that's very important.
That's very good points, Gary. Again, for others, for Lawrence, I believe especially Gary's point about what the video said about using what we're learning today. How is that actually being used? Where is it being applied? How does it make a difference in the particular workplace or work site or profession that I'm studying? And that being really the key, the application, the context of how we're learning and how it applies to me personally and how it applies to my performance on the job being a very important point. And then there were some statistics that Gary also referred to. And Gary, I didn't quite get those statistics. Could you go ahead and repeat that?
I believe it said that there was 65% of the workers today are skilled workers, and it had 15% was unskilled workers, and then 20% professional, if I got those right. And I thought, you know, it's changing to where we need more skilled workers than ever before.
Okay, good. I got that this time. Gary was talking about the percentages of 65% of the workforce now needing the technical or skilled kinds of competencies, which is growing. Then 20% being your professional, and then only a 15% being unskilled, which is a great shift in the kind of competencies that American workers needed, because at one time that was almost opposite, where perhaps 60% of the workforce could really not necessarily require high technical skills, and maybe only 15 to 20% were the technical skills, and that 20% of the professional has kind of remained constant over time. But we've seen a great shift from the unskilled to the skilled, or the need to have technical skills in every phase of the workplace as well. Let's go ahead and come into the studio now and get our comments from Godfrey and Walter, if he feels up to it. Godfrey, let's start with you, and what comment do you have on the video?
On this video, I realized that the students, when they were going into the college, didn't have any career pathway. But after they have gone through, then they realize they can go to this particular career. So in a way, it is a good course. But the integration part is good because it gives the students where to go than just learning without knowing where to go.
Good point. Walter?
2 points, one good and one pro, one con. The good is that, you know, they
showed a tremendous amount of prior pre-planning to make this all happen. It wasn't an accident, and that's a big burden on us. This is something we have to do. The con is that not a whole lot of school systems are going to fork out the big bucks to hire 1 or 2 full-time academic teachers to come in. You have 10 teachers now, then you're going to have 11 or 12, and that's a 10 or 20% increase in your budget right off the bat. And that's a con.
Very good points on both parts. Godfrey saying the aspect of the career pathway, bringing together the academic and vocational sides to be able to point students in the directions where when they leave high school, they do have a particular, let's say, direction, whether it's going to be right to work or whether it's going to be further education or whether it's going to be continued type of training and combination of career pathway or career major being that type of design, which means kind of a restructuring of our school. Walter's comment being that it's really excellent to be able to have the system that works. And Walter, again, the specific point you made on the pro was prior planning. Thank you. Yeah. That it does require the planning needed because it wasn't an accident, and to see this come about because of the pre-planning, which is important. But then again, the commitment for resources to be able to either shift resources or create new resources to be able to add perhaps academic teachers in vocational settings or to bring academic and vocational programs together is one that's important. We're going to need to get down to Lawrence and Idabel, and I think I'm going to have to dial you up here. And guess what, Lawrence? It's a busy signal. Hold on a second, Lawrence, and we'll come back to you a little bit later when I try to get through. So we'll get Lawrence's comments. I want to make a few comments about the video myself. First of all, I think this is Lawrence, it's you. Come on in.
Can you hear me now? Dr.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to go back to what Carlos was saying about the internships and partnerships with companies, corporations. I think it's an excellent way to help teach the students. They can actually see what you're teaching them is really what's necessary to out in the field. And my first article critique was over this, and it talked about MCI and companies like MCI and Boeing, how many thousands of dollars they spend every year having to retrain their students or having to retrain their employees.
That's a good point again made by Lawrence in terms of agreeing with Carlos' point that was made earlier, but also the fact that the amount of money that business industry, in this case Boeing, would be one of the examples, really hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars being spent across the United States in private industry to train their workers.
Dr. Martinez?
Maybe coming to them with a lack of technical skills to have to train them, and also the upgrade training they needed, maybe even basic skills training. I know, and perhaps some of you have been teaching for a while, you speak to your employers or you speak to the folks on your advisory committee, and a lot of times they may remark, hey, send me somebody with a good attitude, send me somebody with some good values, and I'll teach them the technical stuff. You know, that's what's important. But if we could do both, again, we could be saving business and industry some of those training dollars. The other aspect is that you did see some folks like the president of General Motors making a commitment of resources to partner with schools to be able to teach them, I think, both the affective and the technical domain of learning here. That kind of partnership, that's again what both Lawrence and Carlos talked about. That kind of partnership is important. So we have lots of partners, in other words. We've got partners from the private sector. We've got partners from the academic education. We've got partners from even the community that can contribute to the education of students as a whole, and hopefully all students, and not just certain students. That's a good comment there, Lawrence. Anything else?
Martinez? Martinez.
Go right ahead, Lawrence.
There was an article in the Tulsa World this morning about Boeing that said that they were having to hold off some of their shipments of their planes because they didn't have enough skilled workers. I didn't know if you had seen that or not, but they're having a real problem with skilled workers.
No, I don't get the Tulsa paper on a daily basis, so I didn't see the article. But that's one good case in point where, again, the productivity or serviceability of a particular company is being affected because they can't find the workers or the quality of workers that they really need in order to do business. And I think we see that in a lot of other instances in the private sector. It's a good example. Thanks for sharing that with us, Lawrence. Just a couple of points I'd like to make about the video. First of all, I think what was said partially again down from some of our students in Frederick was that again the workplace is changing and the workforce is changing as well. And that we need to have not only the technical skills but also the broad skills, the academic skills in order to be versatile. And that as Lawrence said, retraining does take big bucks. And therefore needs to have some type of a change in schools. The Schools to Work initiative that started in 1994 and continues today includes the integration of academic and vocational education. It's not the only thing that's in the Schools to Work paradigm, but it is a very big part of it in terms of making it work. The examples we saw showed us, again, academic and vocational teachers working together. We saw work-based learning, as was mentioned. We built this on business experience and expectation. Also, that there was a place for our vocational student organizations, our VICA organizations, our FBLA organizations, our FFA organizations in building the right character, the right values that also contribute to the whole employability skills. Also, that student motivation was seen to increase through their achievement, and as Godfrey said, through a career pathway that would lead them to success after high school. Career pathways were important to be developed through partnerships between schools and the community and business and industry. Again, the retraining of the adult worker in vocational programs is happening. In my current experience working with Tulsa Technology Center, I know that a lot of their evening and even in many of their daytime programs, they're having special kinds of trainings, particularly for particular business or industry in the area who need to upgrade their own employers and employees. So it has an impact on the school and what it does. And the point made at the very end was that everyone makes a difference. And I take that in two ways. Everyone in the educational enterprise can make a difference in the education we provide to the students. And I take it a different way too, is that every one of us individually can make a difference for our own lives and for our own well-being and our own welfare. And I think that this particular video can be used in reference to some of the things that we spoke about earlier in terms of gaining partners. What if we were to show this video to a group of high school teachers? What if we were to show this video to a group of middle school teachers and administrators? What if we were to show this video to our Chamber of Commerce and to our business and industry community in the various towns and cities around the state to try to enlist their participation, their interest in our efforts to provide more effective and better education for our particular students. And again, it's not just providing better vocational education, but it's better education, period, through the combination of all that we do and through providing, again, the various opportunities and choices for students. As I mentioned to you a little while ago, your textbooks are going to be on their way, and I wanted to give you a little preview into your reading, because by next week I'd really like for you to have read that first reading assignment which is Chapter 2 and Chapter 4 in the book from the SREB, and let me show you that one here real quick. That's this book here, which is Teaching and Understanding. Chapter 2 and Chapter 4 are kind of those, and those are not long chapters either. They're pretty short, and if you could try to get those read before next Wednesday. And also Chapter 1 in Education Through Occupations. Even though the assignment is Chapter 1 through 3, if at least we could get the first chapter read in this particular textbook, I think we'll be doing okay for next week. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to give you a little bit of a preview of what you're going to find in those books. So I'm going to go over to my PowerPoint presentation and give you a little preview of what you might expect. In the book by Bottoms and Sharp, which is the one through the SREB, what you're going to find in Chapter 4, and I'd really like for you to read Chapter 4 first, because I think it gives us some good background in terms of the reasons why we integrated, and we've talked about this a little bit over the last few sessions. And what Bottoms tells us is this is really how people learn in the real world. We learn both the technical and the academic. We learn the specific as well as the general. We learn in context. We learn in terms of application. So these are, again, some of the reasons that are important. Also, another reason to integrate is that when we do this, that both academic and vocational teachers will expand their teaching strategies. In other words, we become more versatile as teachers. Our own skills in teaching grow, and we become hopefully more effective in the classroom through the collaboration because we learn from each other. And finally, we can, in terms of this slide, we cultivate a yearning for learning, which I thought was an interesting, as Walter shakes his head, and an interesting way to put things. To motivate students. Again, I think that when students do see the connection with what they're learning in the school and what might be either in their present experience or in their new future experience, that it does motivate students to learn more. Also, a few other reasons were to help students make educational and career plans. This was the point that Godfrey made a little bit earlier from the videotape, that when we do integrate academic and vocational education, that it helps students to look into the future, not only in terms of their career, but also in terms of their, let's say, academic education needs. As I pointed out earlier from my experience in South Texas, the agriculture students began considering science courses that they had not considered before because of the integrated project. And it made an impact in terms of their education. Also, it promotes professionalism among teachers. As we work together to increase student achievement, we become, I think, also more professional in the collaboration and to try to achieve the goal of students doing better. And also, if we integrate, I think, in good, thoughtful ways, we help to build parents and community support for schooling, all schooling, both academic and vocational, where, again, the legitimacy of vocational education, the legitimacy of our courses, as well as the relevance in the academic school becomes much more present. So to summarize, basically in that chapter, you're going to see that integration draws heavily on how the world works and how most people learn. Also, integration reduces the anxiety that inhibits learning quite a bit. We've mentioned that in many cases, students have problems with abstract reasoning, with just theory learning because they don't see the connection. And many times students grow anxious about learning in this way. And by, again, integrating, it helps us to learn. And it also helps more students to succeed in school. Some of the preliminary research from schools that have integrated academic and vocational education, we see that the test scores are going up, that students have fewer discipline problems, that there's fewer tardies, that there's a lot more participation, and that students can succeed in schools much more greatly. Also, it builds school and community support, as we've said, And those were, let me go back, that was the final important point in that particular chapter from Adams and Sharp. From the first chapter in Grubb, Grubb is a little bit harder reading, and that's the darker blue book, but I think you'll find that in chapter 1, some of the background is that vocational and academic education were not always separated. That's a real interesting point, and I think I talked a little bit about that the first couple of days of class, is that if we go back in history and look at many of the schools that were founded in Europe and other parts of the world back in the 17th and 16th centuries, the academics and the vocational, and those at that time, let's say the agriculture was one of the technical fields or vocational fields, and the academics were very much tied together, that it hasn't always been separated as it's happened over time. Public education stressed a common academic curriculum for all that was not occupationally oriented. In the evolution of American schools, that when we decided that we would have public education, that the common education that everyone was to have did not have any kind of occupational orientation. But that the manual training movement, which happened in the 1800s here in this country, did stress both broad academic and vocational learning. And out of the manual training movement came classes such as industrial arts that later became popular in the 1900s in our high schools in the United States. Vocational training emphasized a very narrow, job-specific curriculum with a very small emphasis on academic skills. Vocational training, again, evolved in this country. It was very narrow. It was very much job-specific. We were learning to do a particular job, and there really wasn't a lot of academic skills being emphasized. And thus a great debate arose regarding the merits of learning through occupations versus the learning for occupations. And that's a very interesting distinction. I'm going to put my arrow right there on the word through and the word for. Can we learn through occupations versus learning for occupations? And at one time, the learning for occupations was the definite emphasis, whereas John Dewey and others in this century started promoting the idea of learning through occupations rather than for occupations. And this great debate began in the early 1920s and 30s, and again has some reference to what's happening today, because the key issues around this debate were the issues of contextualization, the issues of equity, the issues of active learning, and the issues of facilitation in the classroom. And again, these, let's say, issues are still being debated today. Federal legislation that sanctioned learning for occupations, notice again this is for occupation, began with the Smith-Hughes Act of 1917, which basically brought in our trade and industrial, our formerly called home economics, which again today is no longer home economics, but family and consumer sciences, and then the Vocational Education Acts of 1963 and 1968 also again promoted the idea of learning for occupation. But then as again the time goes on, vocational education was criticized for being separate during the 1930s and the 1960s, and then generally the federal vocational acts required more general learning and cluster occupation, as seen in the Vocational Ed Acts of 1972 and 1976. So we see a trend here, a movement perhaps a little bit away in, again, our learning for occupations in more toward our learning through occupations. And then the career education movement of the 1970s stressed integrating academic and voc ed. And that's really kind of the foundation, was the career ed movement, in where we wanted career exploration and career awareness. And those of us who have been in the education system, at least since the 1970s, perhaps remember these courses being taught, and then they kind of fell out of vogue in the 1980s. And now through the School to Work Opportunities Act is beginning to come back into more of our common education or comprehensive education school. We've had some strands of support, as we saw in the video and we've talked about. Business has been saying that we need broadly skilled workers. We talked about the SCAN skills and the new basic work skills that we need for our employees. And the cognitive scientists, those who are studying how we learn, say that we learn better through contextual learning, that also group learning helps us, that cooperative learning provides some very good results, and also hands-on active learning. And when we can combine these kinds of learning, contextual learning, group learning, cooperative learning, and active or hands-on learning, that indeed we do have a greater chance that learning does occur with most students. Educational research tells us that vocational education needs invigoration. That's a neat word. I might say reinvigoration as well, but it does need to be looked at. And then our policymakers took action to integrate with career majors, starting with the 1984 Carl Perkins Vocational Education Act, which mandated the integration of academics within vocational programs receiving federal funds. And then in the 1990 Carl Perkins Vocational Ed and Applied Technology Act, these emphasis on career majors and integration was even more strongly stated. And then the last piece of legislation from the federal level to provide us incentive to integrate with the 1994 School to Work Opportunities Act. Now, these strands of support, again, have pushed the integration movement in the United States. And what we're doing is leaving a historical legacy. And there were some very important questions. Before I go through these questions, let me say that these questions might be very excellent questions that some of you might wish to incorporate in terms of your research assignment. If you'll recall, in the syllabus, one of your major assignments is a piece of research that is question-driven about the integration of academic and vocational education. And some of these questions that GRUB promotes might be some that you might want to begin to consider along these lines. For example, what is the occupational content of an integrated curriculum? It's going to be very important when we look at the integration models that we're going to study in a week or actually a couple of weeks from now. How much occupational content needs to be in there? Where do we know? How do we figure this out is important. And then the opposite, or I shouldn't say the opposite, but the other side of the coin might be, what is the academic content of an integrated curriculum? And how is that chosen? And how is that determined? And who should be involved in determining it? And what kind of let's say, strategy should be used to be able to determine the amount and exactly what should be the content as well. For other questions might be, for whom is the integrated program appropriate? Should it be for all students? Should it be for particular students? Should it be for students at a particular level? Should it be for particular students that are studying particular things? Whom is the integrated program appropriate for? Or should it happen at, again, particular times for particular people? This might be an interesting question to pose and to find out about. Another question might be, is this really the reform of vocational education, or is this really the structuring of the American high school, or the restructuring that needs to occur? Or really, might it be a little bit of both? Do we need to reform vocational education within the context of restructuring the American high schools? And does the American high school need to be restructured in order for vocational education to be reformed? It's kind of a vice versa kind of question. Can we have one without the other, or do we have to have both in order for this to be a success? And the final question that GRUB brings to our attention is the change of curriculum and teaching methods. Do these need to be changed as well when we introduce or when we bring about the integration of academic and vocational education? How much change and what kind of change needs to happen in our curriculum? And then how does this impact our teaching methods? And what kind of, let's say, changes in our teaching strategy, our teaching method is going to be required in order for us to be successful in the integration of academic I think these are some real kind of baseline questions that can be asked, and certainly there's a lot to be investigated when we consider these questions, and how does this translate to the particular context, the particular environment in which all of us operate. And again, for this assignment, I really want you to look at your particular context. Like, for example, Carlos, who teaches at a post-secondary institution, and then we have others that are teaching at a vocational technical area magnet school, or perhaps those that might be teaching in the comprehensive school, or those teaching in the skills center. You know, those contexts are very different, and because they're different, the way that we pose these questions and who answers them and the answers themselves will probably be different for your particular setting. There may be some commonality, but I'm sure there will also be some unique elements and unique characteristics that will make an impact on the answers, make an impact on the particular conclusions that we arrive at after we ask these questions. So I think these are going to be some excellent kinds of maybe foundational thoughts and ideas for you to then continue and even add particular questions to the ones that I've just shown you, okay? Finally, I want to make a couple of comments about Bottoms and Sharp, Chapter 2. Chapter 2, I think, is a good, very good chapter because it talks about what is integrated learning versus what it's not. And really, rather than spending a lot of time here, I'm just going to go through these real quick. Bottoms and Sharp tells us that integrated learning has challenging content, has teaching for understanding, that we need teachers working together as what we've seen, that teaching is done in a meaningful context, also that it is setting clear performance standards, that it is getting parents and community support and using their resources in terms of what we want to do. And then also what is not integrated learning. It is not activity for just activity's sake. It is not job training or specific training. It is not lecture-only teaching. It is not top-down lesson planning. It is not rote memorization of isolated facts and procedures. And as you read that chapter and you look at what at least Bottoms and Sharp tell you what integrated learning is versus what integrated learning is not, then we begin to perhaps see the difference and the main thing, because sometimes we get to know something by understanding what it is not as well as what it is. And I don't mean to say that in a colloquial mannerisms, because sometimes we hear people talking about, well, what it is, and then we can talk about what it's not. And I think that chapter does a good job on that. So that's kind of a little bit of a preview of what you'll be reading in preparing for next week. So I think it's important that we all kind of begin to prepare ourselves for next week in that line. Also, next week we'll get into case study number 3, and we'll hopefully get that addressed as well. The title of that case study is Don't Step on My Toes, which I think is also a good one for us to get to. I want to end tonight by showing you a reference of another book that I think is excellent. It's not required for this course, but I think provides some good reading for us. The title of this book, and I'll zoom out a little bit, is Why Do I Have to Learn This? Which is, I think, a good question that a lot of our students ask us. It's by Dale Parnell. That name might be familiar to many of you, or to some of you. Dale Parnell wrote a book that a lot of people thought was very good. It was called The Neglected Majority. It was written back in the middle 1980s. And Dale Parnell was one of the first professors and scholars who brought up the point, again, that our school system was not serving the majority of students, but rather was serving those that were going to college pretty well, which was not a very large number of students, and also was doing a fair job in the vocational technical field, but those students who were not either taking the technical preparation nor the college bound, those that were in the general track of education we're really the neglected majority in this country. This is this new book talking about why do I have to learn this, and I think it's an excellent book. It talks about teaching the way people learn best, and again, talking about learning styles and how we need to modify our instruction for that. But there's a piece in here that I wanted to share with you tonight as a closing, let's say, message that I think really kind of drives home a point. It talks a lot about teaching that we need to teach for everybody, and that everybody is important. And there's a poem that's written in here, and it was written by a Native American high school student, and I want to share that with you now. So I'm going to go ahead and go to that now. I'll zoom in and you can kind of read this together. Because again, one of the points, and let me come back for a second. One of the points about the integration is that we want to help all students, again, not necessarily just the college-bound or just the vocational, but all students, students of average intelligence as well, and that's what this does. Go ahead and zoom in on this. Let's see what it says. And again, this is written by a high school student. It's entitled "The Average Child." It says, "I don't cause teachers trouble. My grades have been okay. I listen in my classes, and I'm in school every day. My teachers think I'm average. My parents think so too. I wish I didn't know that, because there's lots I'd like to do. I'd like to build a rocket. I have a book that tells you how. Or start a stamp collection. Well, there's no use in right now. But since I found that I'm average, I'm just smart enough to see, no, there is nothing special that I should expect of me. I'm part of the majority, that tough part of the bell who spends their life unnoticed. An average kind of that kind of poem is something that I think strikes home to a lot of us. In that sometimes those of us who've been called average, sometimes those of us who have not been able to excel and have not been treated special because we weren't in the college-bound program, or we were even delegated to the vocational program, gives us maybe an unfair look and gives us an unfair chance to succeed in education. And I just wanted to remind you that this particular poem, and I think I kind of made a little bit of a boo-boo, and that I think you saw me more than actual piece. It's something that I wanted to share with you because I think that it really makes a point in that the average student sometimes gets from teachers and parents that he doesn't really, or she doesn't have a lot to do, a lot to offer, but he does have dreams, he does want to do things, maybe sometimes because he doesn't have the encouragement or the right kind of mentoring, and it's not there, and he sees himself as average, and so that's kind of a self-prophecy, it's kind of a needing, let's say, up or down to those things that may be told about you, but he realizes that he's part of the majority, and that sometimes he doesn't really like the situation that he's in. It goes back to sometimes where students, and I've had students tell me a lot of times when I was in high school, tell me, oh, I can't learn that, I can't learn math, I can't read, I can't write. And I said, how do you know that? And they said, well, my teacher told me so. They told me I'm slow. They told me I've got problems. They told me I'm at risk. And when we label students like that, I think many times they live down to our label. And when we label students gifted and talented, sometimes they rise to that labeling. And I happen to feel that all people have gifts and all people have talents, but sometimes they're harder to recognize and sometimes they need a little more water, they need a little more fertilizer, they need a little more encouragement, they need a little stronger push in order to find those gifts, in order to find those talents. But unfortunately, because we've tried to make sure we get through the curriculum and make sure we do things by the book and haven't been encouraged to be creative and haven't been encouraged to collaborate, that many times we're not providing as much as we could. And certainly that doesn't mean that we're not trying. Oh no, I know we try. And I've seen the vast majority of teachers that I've worked with try hard. But I think if we try to do things a little bit differently, that we might find more success. So anyway, we'll continue next week. I look forward to reading your reports and get them back to you as quickly as I can. If you have questions, again, please let me know. And so until next week, I'll see you later. Have a wonderful week. Hi, Tyson. This is Dr. Martinez. How are you this evening? Good. Tyson, I'm not seeing some of my sites. Wondering if we're on yet. The Okmulgee, can you see Okmulgee? It's got a shot of the sign instead of the student. Yeah. And then Frederick, and we need Idabel. I don't think there's not going to be anybody at Weatherford tonight, just Frederick and Idabel and Okmulgee. Your 3 sites for tonight. The guy that was at Weatherford is going to be going to Frederick, and we may just close that one after tonight.
This is the Okmulgee site. Your student hasn't arrived yet.
That's okay. Okay, thanks. Carlos, can you hear me in Okmulgee?
Carlos hasn't arrived yet.
Okay, I'm seeing a shot of just the sign that says OSU Okmulgee instead of the classroom. Can you help us there?
Yeah, Carlos just walked in. I'll put him on now.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Am I late?
Yeah.
What time is it?
6:35.
Golly, my clock must be way off. Is it really?
Yeah.
Did he already get started?
No, he's just trying to get around.
Hello, Carlos, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, Carlos, move over. Okay, now I was going to ask you to move over, but we got the camera going over there, so now I can see you.
Okay.
We're having a little trouble right now picking up Frederick and Idabel, so just hold on for a few minutes, and we'll see if we can work out the technical problems, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you. Man, I can't believe I was late. I could have sworn I left. My clock at the house must be messed up.
Must be. I got 6:35.
Dang,
He was, we're trying to find the other sites and everything. I just had to sign up. So I was telling him what was going on.
Scared me to death.
Yeah.
Thought I was in trouble there.
Close.
There's Frederick. Good afternoon or good evening, as you may like. I think I just saw Frederick just a little while ago. Gang down there, can you talk to me?
Can you hear me, Dr. Martinez?
Gary, your audio is real low. Keep on talking.
Okay, I'll just count. 1, 2, 3.
Hold on a moment. We're going to probably have to boost your audio signal. Still trying to get a signal from Idabel as well, so hang on for a moment. We'll get you there in just a minute or so. Let's see if we can work out the technical difficulties here. Yes, Tyson. Okay, Frederick's audio is extremely low. Yeah, coming to me. Let me see, we'll check them right now. Can you stay on with me? Okay, we're going to check, let's see, let me put myself on, there we are. We're going to check the audio level, so let's start down at Okmulgee. Carlos, can you go ahead and talk to me?
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, you sound good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's try to go down to Frederick. Gary, can you go ahead and count to 10?
1, 2, 3,
Barely
4,
hear.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
We could barely hear you, Gary. We're working on it. Hold on for a moment. Look. Oh well, I won't have anybody at Rogers. No. Nope, that's the Monday night sites. They've got my Monday night sites, cycled in here, or the one for the Monday class. They've got them cycled in here too. And that's how come we're seeing some other sites that really we shouldn't be seeing. But that's okay. I can live with that. As long as we get everybody else up, I'm fine. Let's try down at Frederick again. Let me see. Bill, are you there? Can you go ahead and count into your microphone, Bill?
Yes. 1, 2.
It's still real low.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Do you think that's something in Oklahoma City? Do they have an audio gang down there? Yeah.
Martinez, can you hear me now? Any better?
Okay. Frederick, we're trying to isolate the problem. We still got very low audio. Is there any audio control at all at your site where you can turn up the volume?
He's working on it right now. Can you hear us any better now? He's working on it now.
Yeah. Might there be a technician there on your site, Frederick?
Gary's here trying to work on it.
See, Gary has left the pictures. Is he trying to do some repairs there?
Yeah.
I see Bill nodding. Okay. Don't go to sleep, Carlos. We'll be right with you. Okay, let's try another count. Let's try on another mic. Let's see, Terry, can you go ahead and try to count for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
See, maybe, are you all hearing me there right now, Frederick?
We can hear you great.
They're nodding, okay. Janine, can you count into your mic, please? Count to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm not hearing her at all. Okay, y'all, hang on in there. Still not hearing you very well. Matter of fact, Janine, I couldn't hear you at all. Carlos, do you want to take them one of your mics? They seem to be working pretty good there.
Sure, no problem. They run it over real quick.
Let's see, I still haven't seen Ida Bell. So does that mean nobody's there? Wow. Can you punch him up? Oh, really? Oh, color bars. But no person. Really? Well, let me see. Lawrence, are you in Ida Bell by chance? Can you try to talk to me? I have no audio from Ida Bell. Okay. from Autry. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I don't mind. I mean, if they want to do that, that's fine with me. Hopefully we'll get better response. Yeah. 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 Right. Right. And you don't think there's a separate audio control in Oklahoma City where they can boost the gain? Right. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see if we can keep on going through the night. Maybe we can get something done. Thanks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've got your thinking caps on tonight. Well, at least I'm glad you can hear and hopefully see me as well in just a minute, but thought I might start this out tonight with a little cartoon. And it was unfortunate that we can't talk about this because I wanted to get your reaction. Now I think I can hear Carlos, so maybe I can get Carlos's reaction. Carlos, when you see this picture up here, what comes to your mind? What's your thought here?
It seems that everybody's just getting ready to do some brainstorming and just getting ready to come up with some great new ideas.
Okay, we're going to have some brainstorming, coming up with ideas. That's a good point. Let me show that again. What kind of visual image do you see here, Carlos?
I also see that there's some mixed emotion there. Some are happy, some are aggressive, some are just kind of laying back, and I can't see the other three, but some are for it,
Okay.
some are against.
Okay, Carlos is saying that we have a variety of emotions there. Some people look aggressive, others look kind of happy. Another thing, what visual image gives you the idea or presents the idea of thinking here?
They're in a group, and I think they look like they're getting together to try to accomplish something maybe, and they've got a leader. He's standing up, trying to get them cheered on there.
Yeah, good point. Carlos talking about that we've got a group work, and everybody hopefully is going to cooperate and collaborate and work together. Of course, on the bottom it says, now that we all have our thinking caps on, to get ready to work together as a team. And we've talked a little bit about teamwork and how that's important in our society in a variety of workplaces and situations. But something else, how are they dressed, Carlos?
Well, from what I can tell, they look like they're in professional dress.
It looks like we've got suits and ties and kind of a nice dress again for the lady that we've seen here, coats, etc. for the gentleman. What kind of image does that give to you, Carlos?
A upper management type image, maybe?
Okay, upper management, right, upper management. And it may give the impression, and I'm not saying it does, okay, but it may give the impression that people that are not in this level maybe don't have to do any thinking. Or maybe thinking isn't important for that particular level of job, if it's a different level of job than this one is. And maybe I'm reading too much into the cartoon, but if somebody sees this and does not identify with these people and says, I'm not like those folks that I see in that cartoon, Does that mean that I don't think or I can't think? And also another image, of course, is the mortar board, the idea which kind of gives us an idea of graduation, right? Graduating from high school, graduating from college. And if we have someone that maybe has not graduated and looks at this picture, it may come to the conclusion that, again, I guess I'm not supposed to be doing the thinking here, and may provide, again, a stereotype of who's supposed to be doing the thinking. What kind of worker is the one that should be doing thinking, the one that should be, let's say, engaged in this kind of activity? We've looked at several pieces of video and through our discussions, and even now through some of your article or journal reports and critiques about the new skills that are needed in the workplace, and certainly thinking skills are one of those skills that seem to be highly desired. By the way, just to let you know, I did get everybody's journal report, but I really didn't get most of them until Monday. They may have been delivered late Friday after I left the university. And so as a result, I have read all the reports, but I haven't finished grading them. And hopefully I should be able to get them all into the mail to you by Friday. Overall, let me say that I think in terms of this first journal article report, I think overall you did pretty well. I was pleased with the way that you as individuals and as a class kind of focused on some of the issues that we've been discussing here in class about the integration process. But where some of you kind of, let's say, got a little bit off target was when sometimes there might have been an issue in the journal article that wasn't, let's say, central to integration, but may have been something about something like integration. Like, for example, I'll give an example. Let's say the article talked about school to work. Now, certainly, that's an appropriate article. And the integration of academic and vocational education is certainly central to the school to work movement. But it is not all of school to work. And sometimes some of the points that were made in the article that you reported really weren't talking about integration. They were talking about some of the other controversial factors that revolve around school to work. And then you kind of took off in that direction and didn't write, let's say, more centrally, more focused on the aspect of integration in the school to work movement, or how the integration might, let's say, address some of the concerns that some of the parents or some of the government officials or other people have voiced about school to work. And so the focus was maybe a little bit off and wasn't central to the actual integration process. So if that happened, I'll be sure to mark that on your paper. And that's something that is not hard to do, because you get kind of involved with the article and then kind of let it go on. The other piece is that some of you really needed to give me a little more detail about the points of the article. Yes, I understand I've only asked you for a summary, and that's important. But at the same time, if you don't give me some of the details, it's hard then to see the implications as what I've asked you to do in the second part of that article report. So you've got to give me not only the general idea of what the article was about, but then give me a few examples, a few details, which then illustrate the points that you're making when you're summarizing the article. And if you give me a few details, then I think that illustrates the point that you are describing that the authors make in the particular article that you're critiquing. And then in the other point I guess I'd like to make, the final point, is that in the final section where I ask you about the worth of the article, is it a good article or one that maybe is not so good, and why, try try to make sure that again, like what we talk about here in class about integration, you apply your information or your opinion to the situation we find ourselves in the integration movement. In other words, if you think that this was a good article and that other teachers or other administrators or other students should read it, then tell me, why should they read it? What could they gain from it? Could this article be used as a good example for people to clarify misconceptions? Would this be a good article for people to look at as a good model to follow in curriculum design? Or maybe not a good model to follow? Or maybe this article was too restrictive in its approach. Maybe it didn't give you enough examples. Maybe it seemed a little, let's say, focused too much in a particular area, and it would be difficult then to, let's say, expand or transfer that to a different situation. So I want you to try to make a little bit stronger effort in your final section of the report in terms of telling me not only is it good or not so good, or it was valuable or not so valuable, but also tell me why, in real terms, that the article could be valuable, could be used by teachers, administrators, curriculum designers, school board members, business and industry, advisory committees. You know, where could this article really have a good impact, and then what does it do for people, I think would be a really good way to focus that last section of your report, okay? So again, those of you that are off campus, you'll get them here probably at the beginning of next week, and those of you that are here on campus, if you're here, drop by, and if not, again, I'll mail it to you, Walter. I've got your address, so I'll just mail it to your home. You don't have to come here and get the article, okay? I still don't see Lawrence and Idabel, which is a shame. Let's try our audio one more time. And Frederick, you get ready. When I ask you to speak, one of you, and it doesn't matter who, one of you go ahead and count to 10 for me, but wait till I tell you, okay? Hold on for a second. Could be any moment, okay? I just want to make sure that I can see you before we start that count, just to test your audio one more time. If it's not strong, again, we're trying to figure out what the problem is. My technician here at OSU tells me that there ought to be some type of audio control at your site, which again controls the volume. And if you don't have such a control, then maybe we need to talk to the OneNet folks to install such a control at your site, because they don't believe it's at the central OneNet hub in Oklahoma City, but he was going to check that out as well. So why don't we go ahead and try give me a count, so Gary or Bill or Teresa, someone get it to me. Well, I can see you all. Why don't you try one more time? Well, I just lost you. Try one more time. Bill, why don't you try one more time? I'll let you do it. Go ahead. Okay, Bill, we really can't hear you right now, but that's okay. We'll, oops, sorry about that. Let me see here. Yeah, you want? Oh, wow, they've got them both at the same. Oh, they're not giving me the opportunity to do that. I've got. We're supposed to have. I'm just going to show you the return video, y'all. This is black right now. We're in the blackness of space. Now you see Carlos over in Oklahoma. Okmulgee. And we're back to space, and you can see what I'm seeing basically is we're supposed to rotate through the sites, but as you can see, I'm not seeing Frederick and I'm not seeing Idabel in a systematic manner. Every once in a while I'll see the signal, but not always. So, well, I guess that's, now they've got both units hooked up right now to my program monitor, so that's the way it goes. Okay, y'all, I wanted to start tonight by doing kind of an activity with you, but unfortunately, because I can't hear you, that presents a problem. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a quotation from each of the journal article reports. And I want you to write this quotation down, okay? I want you to write it down, and I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to think about what this article, or rather what this quotation implies for the integration process, okay? So we're going to start off right now. Let's go, and it's unfortunate, but since we don't have Lawrence, we'll go ahead and quote him first, okay? This is Lawrence's quote. Lawrence says, "Not only do college prep students need a good education in order to succeed, but our vocational track students also need a good foundation in basic skills in order to be successful in the workplace." Okay? And we'll go over that one more time. Not only do college prep students need a good education in order to succeed, but our vocational track students also need a good foundation in basic skills in order to be successful in the workplace. Now, what I had hoped to do at this point, after we looked at this quote, was to get some reaction from you in terms of what does this mean for when we're designing an articulation program. And I'm going to do a little bit of that now, just with those. For example, I know at least I hope, we can hear Godfrey and Walter, and I know we can hear Carlos. So just for an example, let's go ahead and give these guys a shot at it, okay? So let's start here in the classroom, and either Walter or Godfrey, when you see this quotation, what does this mean to you in terms of the articulation, or the integration, rather, of academic and vocational education? Who wants to go first here? Walter, you've gone for the mic, so go ahead. Remember to keep it pushed, okay?
All right, when we're talking about, to me it means we're talking about basics, reading, writing, arithmetic. You have to have a good foundation and all those skills to compete in any technical field or in any field that deals with the public. You can't just learn the trade. You have to learn how to handle the people that are going to hire you or fire you, and you're going to also have to have good reading and language skills in order to read technical manuals.
Okay, Godfrey, anything to add or something different?
Yeah, I think, as you have said, we need good education, but at the same time, you need to know how to communicate with people in the industry. And as you have said, the reading manuals and the like.
Okay, let's try to go now over to Carlos. Carlos, anything come to your mind that's different from this?
I believe it's a little different. What I see here is that this implies to me that maybe the academics are still good for the general track, but they're not as good for the vocational students. Apparently they're not getting it according to this statement here.
Okay, again, your audio was breaking up a little bit, but I think if I understood you correctly, what you were saying is that perhaps the vocational students had not received enough of the fundamental basic skills as perhaps academic students had. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. One of the points I'd like to make about this, too, is that, as Walter talked about, it says here that we need to have basic skills. The question is, again, what are the basic skills? And as we've talked about today, it may be more than just reading and writing and mathematics and communication, but may involve computer skills, may involve critical thinking skills, may involve, where's my camera, group process skills in order to work together here. So there may be a need for a definition of what basic skills are, because that has a real strong, a real strong effort in terms of what is successful in the workplace, okay? This is where we go beyond the article. I think all the points made were excellent, that yes, indeed, we need a good foundation, those basic skills, and it's not just for college prep, it's for our vocational track, or what a lot of folks might call a little bit differently today might be those in a career track or career pathway, okay? Now, those of you in Frederick, again, I want you to, not leave yourself out of this, and if you've had a thought that's different than this, kind of put it down, all right? We're going to go to our next quoter. This is Mr. Gary Tyler, and this is Gary's comment on his page. He says, the more people you involve in the planning process, the more likely you are to succeed with our changes. Much discussion and debate concerning teachers, parents, community, and funding sources. Okay? Say that again one more time. The more people you involve in the planning process, the more likely you are to succeed with our changes. Okay? And much discussion and debate concerning teachers, parents, community, and funding sources must be part of this, even though I didn't include that, but that's what Gary was talking about in this particular section of his journal report. Gary's talking about a process here, and let's get a few reactions from what he thought he might think about. And this time, let's start with Carlos over at Okmulgee. Carlos, when we hear this particular statement, what comes to your mind, Carlos?
It seems to me that it's obvious we're going to have to get more than just the school itself involved. We're going to have to get the community and everybody together. Without that kind of support, a lot of these programs may not get off the ground as well as they ought to.
Okay, and again, verify, I think what I understand you saying is that in order for a program to get off the ground, that we're going to have to involve several different people in order to improve its chance to succeed. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Let's come into the studio and ask Godfrey what he thinks. Godfrey, what do you think when we see this quote?
Yeah, when I see this quote, it means you need to involve a lot of everybody who's connected to the project you want to do. Like parents, they're connected to the community school, the business people, and everybody.
How do you think we can do that?
By inviting them to a discussion.
Okay.
And then everybody who has these ideas or her ideas.
Okay.
Discuss.
So let's continue with that idea with Walter. And Walter, how would you go about getting such people to come to a meeting? Godfrey says we need to have some kind of a meeting or a gathering of people so we can get their ideas and input, but how might you get them to come in the first place?
First of all, I don't really think you'll get everybody to come. I think it's more a basis of touching all the bases and just letting people know what you have in mind up front and ahead of time. And that way, if they have a serious problem with it or they're going to present an obstacle, they'll probably come to you after that. All I'm saying is that, you touch all the bases, okay, and just don't let it be a big surprise. And I think you'll get a lot of support.
Okay, good point. I'm going to take a chance and try to see if Gary can comment on your own quotation. See if I can hear you in Frederick. Let's try it one more time, Gary. Can you try to comment on your quote?
Okay, basically, my quote was taking in context the author that.
Well, Gary, matter of fact, I couldn't hear you there, so I know we're still having problems. But on the other hand, let me say that one of the things that I see in this quotation, and let me put it up there again, I think you're absolutely right. We've got to involve people. And we have discussion and debate, and we concern all these different areas. But the issue is, do we ask them to come to us, or do we go to them? And it's been pretty traditional that the schools kind of say, come on to us. And some people say, okay, but turnouts at most open houses aren't usually too high. Is there a way that we can take the issues to the people? Is there a way that we can take it to business and industry? Is there a way that we can take it to the community and maybe meet not at the school, but meet in a different setting, meet in a different environment where it doesn't seem like perhaps we as the school partners, let's say, are controlling the situation. I think people will work with us better if they feel that they work with us as equal partners. And if we always are at the school and not at different places, it almost gives a feeling like, again, that's the center of power, that's the center of control, and sometimes this hurts rather than helps partnerships to grow. And so sometimes we may have to meet at a community center, or maybe meet at a facility at a local business or industry, or meet maybe, again, in another setting that may not be school-based, so that way people feel a little bit better about maybe their own work in working together in a collaboration. So that was one point I wanted to make with you. Teresa had a quotation from her journal article, and it says, teachers tend to ignore those students who are not in the college-bound track. Teachers tend to ignore those students who are not in the college-bound track, causing many students to feel the teacher or counselor doesn't like them, so they just give up. I'll repeat that. Teachers tend to ignore those students who are not in the college-bound track, causing many students to feel the teacher or counselor doesn't like them, so they just give up. An interesting comment. Let's see what kind of reaction we get to this. Let's start with Godfrey this time here in the classroom. Godfrey, what does this make you think about here?
Yes, this stereotyping of ignoring students who can do better or in certain subjects normally give them a psychological defeat. Thereby, most of them, they do drop out because they feel neglected.
That's a good point. You talked about a psychological defeat. Interesting terminology that Godfrey just used there, using this as a psychological, let's say, setting as well. What do you see on this one, Walter? Do you agree, or what do you see?
I agree that there's a defeating attitude that you can set up in your students, and I've seen it myself. And I honestly feel that, well, I've known instructors, teachers that actively, I don't know, made it a point to dislike their students or act that way, and I can see where that would be readily perceived by a student.
What does this imply for, though, the integration movement or trying to integrate academic and vocational education? Do you think that this situation will change because of it? Let's go over to Carlos and Mogi. Do you think that if we really try to integrate more programs, that this situation that Terry writes about might be different or might be affected at all?
I believe they will be affected because I believe then those that would tend to ignore the vocational track students or the career students would basically see the importance in their participation in society as a whole and quit ignoring them in that case.
Carlos's point was the fact that he thinks that it might change somewhat because if we integrate, perhaps there's more interest in students because we show that we're more interested in their future career. And if, in other words, if they're not necessarily going to college, we still are going to help them and we're still going to provide quality instruction. Walter?
One of the things we really need to work on is changing the teachers that are already in place, not just our students and ourselves. We've got to change the attitudes of those other teachers that are out there, or we will not succeed.
I think Walter's made a good point. Frederick, you want to say something out there? I hope you do, although I know you probably can't yet. Would somebody try? Go ahead. Well, unfortunately, your audio signal is still not coming through, and I'm sorry about that. Certainly, we're going to keep on working on it, but we'll continue. Hang in there with me, all right? Let's go on to Janine, and Janine's quotation for the evening, a little bit longer, but I'll let you have enough time to write about it. She wrote that. And this is really reporting from the article itself. She's describing from the article that a career pathway integrates present academics with an occupational context. And that's what we've been talking about last few weeks. And this person in the article, Natalie, felt that this, and they're talking about school to work, was a very naive system. And even though career pathway integrates present academics with occupational context, this person felt that the school to work movement was a very naive system because her 8th grade daughter was too young to know what she wanted to be when she was an adult. So this is definitely an observation that's critical, because the perception is being that the school to work system asks young children to select their career, and her comment is that this was a naive system because her 8th grade daughter was too young to know what she wanted to do or be when she was an adult, or I guess going to be an adult, actually. Now, from this quotation, I can see a couple of different things that this person is concerned about in terms of their outlook at school and maybe what school ought to be doing in their perception. Let's try to use that framework to begin our comments. And we'll start with Walter on this one. What do you think this person sees school? How do they see school, and what kind of purpose does schooling have in terms of why this person might say this particular quote?
I agree with Matthew. I personally didn't know what I wanted to do at that age, and I would sure feel disadvantaged if I was tracked one way and then I changed my career goals, and then I wouldn't have the basic foundation for the other careers. I think that we should have a basic foundation, reading, writing, arithmetic, language skills, and then in addition to that, the others. And it should be contextual, but I think it should be very broad-based.
Okay, so perhaps at, let's say, the 8th grade level, your recommendation for such a program would be more broad than specific?
I think that the exploratory programs that they're starting up are better suited at those age groups. You should have the opportunity to explore it, and education in multiple contexts. Math and science can be applied, and maybe with more demonstrations instead of just theory. It can be, demonstrated. And then people, when they figure out what they want, then we can get into the hardcore job specifics.
Okay. Godfrey, do you have any thoughts on this, your ideas?
Yeah. On the first statement, it says the career path integrates present academic with occupational context. I was of the opinion that within this, all it is doing is pointing the way, not actually telling the student that this is the particular way. But as she sees from what she's learning, she might have a perception that possibly I must go through this. That's what I was feeling.
Okay, so then I think the key word you said there was the idea of having possibilities in the contextual thing. And Walter, I think, agreed with you when he said that learning in context is a good thing to do. And perhaps by doing that, we open up, let's say, students' ideas, students' considerations for particular different paths that may lead to a career later on. Carlos, what do you think in Okmulgee? Anything different or about the same here?
I agree with a lot of what Godfrey was talking about there, and but I also want to add that I think that even though they don't know which way they want to go, I believe they can also be tested. They can do personal skills inventories and things like that, so they have a good idea what they like to do, what they can do, what they're capable of doing, and actually put them in a even though it may be a little more broad-based, career path leading in the direction of what their actual aptitudes could be. But I think it's not a bad idea to get them started close to the 8th grade. At least they'll have an idea of where they think they're going to go.
Okay. I heard you a lot better that time, Carlos, and hopefully everyone did too. But just to make sure, Carlos's point was that he agrees that indeed some type of context is important, but also there might be some aptitude or interest testing done so that students can get to know themselves, get to know their own likes and dislikes, maybe had some insight in terms of their own interests and their own possible inclinations that could be developed, and also that at this early age, or maybe it's not too early, to start exposing students to possible careers later on in life. This is a tough one to let's say, I wouldn't say compromise, but come to a resolution to. This is one of the, let's say, real important sticking points with the integration and with the school to work movement, because a lot of folks say that if we start too early, then again we're tracking students. We're, as Walter pointed out, we're not giving them choice. We're making them decide maybe too early, which is what this parent's comment is for her child. And that, as a matter of fact, later on a little bit, she mentions that she has a son in college, and he doesn't know what to major in. But of course, that may be due to the fact that he maybe didn't consider what he might do at an earlier age, and that if he had considered what he might have followed as a career, then maybe he might know a little bit more. But again, these are all mights and ifs and maybe, and it's hard to know for sure if it actually will do these things or not, unless, again, we've got some kind of experience to base them on. But I agree with the other side of the coin that when we look at career contextual learning, that indeed it does that it's broad-based. At an elementary school, at a middle school, at a junior high, that when we bring in occupational context, that it is indeed representative of a broad spectrum of occupations, not just certain occupations, not just ones in particular industry or in particular business, but one that crosses many, many different kinds of business and industry and service, as well as communication, as well as retail, as well as specialists, as well as those that require high degrees, as well as those that require technical expertise, and really have a spectrum of context under which the student might be able to learn that important academic foundation that we've all talked about. And until that, let's say, is settled to many people's, let's say, degree of comfort, then it will remain again an issue because of, again, the idea of, well, when should people make a decision on when they ought to have that decided upon? When should I know what I want to be? I mean, is that 18 years old? Is that 16 years old? Is that 80 years old? I'm not sure. But, when is the time? I can't tell you, but I will say this. In the videotape that we saw earlier from Tom Brokaw, if you'll recall, if young folks don't make some kind of decision, then what happens after high school is generally they get lost. And they don't have focus in their life, and they don't have focus in what they'd like to do. And so as a result, it could mean, again, some unproductive and disruptive kind of social and personal situations for a lot of people. And so we have to weigh the good with the bad, and we have to weigh the positive with the negative, and try to be able to come up with a solution. It's not easy, but we'll address it. Let's look at our next quote from Bill Ward. And Bill's over in Frederick tonight. I've seen him there. And this is Bill's quote from his article. Bill says, "I believe that we can use the help of other professionals I believe that we can use the help of other professionals in areas where we might not be so well schooled. I believe we can use the help of other professionals in areas where we might not be so well schooled." math, science. I know I could use some of their help in some of the academics used in the course I teach. I believe we can use the help of other professionals in the areas where we might not be so well schooled. Math and science, I know I could use some of their help in some of the academics used in the course I teach. Again here, in looking at Bill's comment, and Bill, of course, being an active practitioner right now. Bill, did you ever think you'd be quoted on television? There you go. Again, for those of us who can communicate, what kind of comes to your mind here? And let's try to start with Carlos this time over in Oklahoma City. So, Carlos, can you give us your feelings here?
Well, I think in a case like that, then I think that anytime we're going to start integrating like this, the teachers ought to be offered maybe a self-inventory of what they think they're good with, that relates to their courses, areas where they may be weak, and offer them some sort of update training or classes on the subjects they need.
Point that Carlos makes real well is that in looking at our curriculums, and again, Bill has indicated there's certainly academics in his course, and in all of our vocational technical courses there are academics. There may be an area of the academics that we might not feel comfortable with in terms of teaching it. Maybe not that we don't know that area, but it might be difficult in teaching, and so therefore in service or some professional development in that area would certainly be helpful to the teacher to be able to help them in let's say, integrating this content into their teaching with that particular area. Carlos, is that about right?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Yes, sir, that's right.
Okay, good. Let's come into the classroom now, and Godfrey or Walter, what do you think here? What's needed for this to happen? What do we need? What do we need for us to have other people with other resources be able to help us? Walter, go ahead. Or Godfrey? Who's first? Who's fast? Oh, this is like Jeopardy or something. We've got to hit the microphone. Go ahead.
No pressure here in the studio today. The first thing that we need is the ability to realize that we have limitations and we need to accept them and ask for help.
Good point. Good point. Sometimes our own, pride or ego might prevent us from admitting that we might need a little help in particular areas. Godfrey, what's your opinion?
I think here that's where team teaching is very important, where we can accept our friends to help us.
Okay, good. Godfrey, go ahead and move your microphone a little closer to you if you can there. Yeah, there you go, good. Godfrey's point was that perhaps a team teaching kind of situation would be helpful, again, to try to help Bill or other teachers who also have similar concerns. And here's where we get into an issue of logistics and getting into an issue of how can we facilitate or how can we actually get help for teachers. In this case, it's I think a pretty solid case of, a technical area being assisted in the vocational teaching, with the academics in that vocational area, But also the opposite can be true, where an academic teacher doesn't feel comfortable with teaching the context of the technical area or teaching the workplace context as well. again, as we've talked about, where do I apply the math in the workplace? Where do I apply the English? Where do I apply the science? And give us specific kinds of activity where that happens. And so it really does go both ways here. And so this is where we're getting into the collaboration and the roles that teachers play and how we can help each other. But I think it's an excellent point, and I'll bring it up one more time, that, again, others can indeed be helpful, and then it's a matter of gaining, hopefully, and creating a situation where that can happen. We'll go to Carlos now. Carlos, here comes your quote. Are you ready? Here we go. Carlos says, the need for integration is an important issue. The need for integration is an important issue. Every institution that integrates their curriculum, every institution that integrates their curriculum meets their students' or industry's requirements. I'll repeat that. The need for integration is an important issue. Every institution that integrates their curriculum meets their students' or industry's requirements. But most of all, learning excites students. Learning excites students when they see the application of academics in their field of study. Need for integration is an important issue. Every institution that integrates their curriculum meets their students' or industry's requirements. Most of all learning excites students when they see the application of academics in their field of study. I think really with this quotation, we really have two different ideas. One being reflected here with the reference to the students' or industry's requirements, and the other in terms of perhaps some reaction from students. So first let's go to Godfrey here. And Godfrey, what does this first part of the quotation mean to you in terms of designing a integration of academic and vocational education? What does that mean to you?
Yeah, where they have said the curriculum to meet the students and the industry requirements, here we have to be very careful in the sense that we should know that the end product is the student. Normally, we shouldn't go all the way to the requirements of industry. We should balance the two. Otherwise, the students won't learn much.
That's an excellent comment, Godfrey. A lot of times, vocational education has been criticized that we simply do the bidding of industry. That, industry dictates what we teach in vocational technical education rather than being more student-centered. And the need to take both into consideration is a very important point. Certainly we can't ignore business and industry's needs and desires because indeed our students enter that particular environment, but also looking at what the student needs and integrate that for the individual is an important point. That's a good one as well. Walter, would you care to either comment on the first or second part of this quote?
Once again, there's no pressure here in studio. I agree that we need to integrate to serve both the student and industry's requirements, industry being the customer, if you will, for our product, which is, a well-rounded workforce for them to use. I also agree that we need to give our students an opportunity where if that's not going to be there, that they have a broad enough base to go somewhere else, that we provide that also. And so we have a dual obligation there. And yes, we do need to meet industry standards because that is who our folks are going to work for.
How do we do that, though?
We need to get with them and what their requirements are. It's those soft people skills, problem solving, and other skills, and those are broad-based to almost any industry that our folks are going to work in. So we need to take a look at all of those.
Good point. Carlos, we'll go right to the source now, and can you tell us your comment on your own quotation there as we kind of roll to Tulsa where nobody is, and I'll try to keep you going. Carlos, now that you've had a chance to reflect on your own words, what does this mean for the integration process?
I believe it means that we're going to have to actually talk with industry. We do the advisory committees, find out what they really need, and also find the way that our students can receive it the best. Because obviously, I agree with Godfrey and Walt that we have to meet both their needs. We can't meet one or the other. We have to do both. But getting in contact with industry is the best way to do it. And whether it's either over the phone or in a large meeting, one way or the other, you can find out the industry that you serve the most. Even if it's broad-based, you can still get at least a consensus of what they require as a minimum for the students to have before they hire them.
Carlos did a real good point about using advisory committees, kind of giving us a specific example from Walter's idea of being in contact, and also looking at the broad skills as well as the specific skills. The last part of the quotation, when we say about how it might excite students, is something that applies to the atmosphere in the classroom, the atmosphere in our laboratories. When we can make our classrooms and laboratories an exciting place, I think that helps a lot in terms of our students' desire, our students' feeling, even our students' effort to learn. If they feel that they come someplace where they really see where learning makes a difference, it has a tendency to change their attitude and maybe change their performance as well in the classroom. Got a couple more and then we'll be done in this particular section. We'll go to Walter's quotation here from his journal article report. And let's see what Walter has to say. Walter says, this article brings to light the pertinent fact that the industrial workplace must have a direct impact on curriculum content and planning. Again, this article brings to light the pertinent fact that the industrial workplace must have a direct impact on curriculum content and planning. I think this quotation supports somewhat of Carlos's quotation when we talk about the impact that the workplace has on curriculum content and planning. And I guess the point I want to make here is, let's say, the challenge that we face in order to do that. Looking at this quote, you might say, well, you know, that seems pretty straightforward, and all we need to do is ask those folks in industry and at the workplace to come and work with us, and we'll design a curriculum that's right on the money. However, the folks in business and industry are used to a business and industrial setting rather than a school education setting, and may have something to learn about how things actually operate at the school. And also, as I mentioned earlier, we may not get their full participation if all we do is ask them to come to the school and not necessarily go out to the workplace. And also, if we really want to do these, we have to work together in collaboration, where we have people from the workplace and people from the school looking at the curriculum, looking at the competencies that are needed on the job, and then finding the best ways to integrate what we need to be able to do, what we need to know, and the right kinds of attitudes to have, which again is the cognitive, psychomotor, and affective domains of learning. And then how do we put that in a curriculum that is limited in time, maybe limited in facilities, maybe limited in resources. And all our programs are limited to a certain degree. And if we have such limitations, then what might be solutions that we can find that would allow us to overcome these limitations with assistance from the private sector as well as the educational sector and maybe even the governmental sector as well, to bring in more partners. But I think Walter's quotation is right on the money when he talks about the industrial workplace having an impact on content and planning. Sometimes when we think about integration, we just think about academic teachers, vocational teachers, and we leave out a couple of other people there, such as the folks from industry, counselors, administrators, parents, and that's the point I think that Gary brought up earlier with his quotation. Let's do one last one from Godfrey Kafare. And Godfrey's quotation is, to avoid losing track of the theoretical part to practical work, to avoid losing track of the theoretical part to practical work, the teacher should look for ways to maintain a balance. Again, the emphasis being the teacher should look for ways to maintain a balance between the two. Students should be given a chance to either graduate as a technician or go to a degreed level. To avoid losing track of the theoretical part to practical work, the teacher should look for ways to maintain a balance between the two. Students should be given a chance to either graduate as a technician or to go to a degreed level. particular quotation, what does this imply? What does this mean for programs that integrate academic and vocational education? And Carlos, let's start with you here for your thought real quick. In terms of, if you're faced with this kind of situation, what is the balance that Godfrey is talking about, and do we really need to have more than one alternative for students?
Excuse me. I believe that yes, we should have many ways for them to go. And as far as the balance, definitely don't want to overdo academics. In other words, throw in a lot of things they probably won't need. Emphasize on the things they truly do need, but definitely don't throw out the as he said, the practical work. In other words, the actual part the theory is related to and the academics relate to. We don't want to overdo one or the other, but make sure they're both emphasized in their proper the proper need or their needed amount, should I say.
I think you've captured the real essence from what Godfrey was writing here, in that it's how much, right? Where is the balance between the academic and the technical? How much is too much? Does it always have to be 50-50, Carlos?
No, sir, I don't think so. Sometimes it could be 30-70. It might be one way or the other. It just, again, we have to look at it and determine, how much do we need in academics? How much do we need on the theory side? How much do we actually need practical work? So I really don't think it's always going to be 50-50.
But Carlos's point is that it doesn't always have to be 50-50. Guys, how do you make that decision? What kind of process might we use to make sure that we have the right balance between how much academics and how much technical knowledge? No pressure. Go ahead, Godfrey.
I think it will depend on the workforce we want at the end of the day.
Okay.
So we'll take the balance from there.
Okay, we might get some advice from our partners from business and industry, right? Any ideas, Walter, beyond that?
From the no pressure zone here in the studio.
Yeah.
My honest opinion is that the instructor, for the most part, is going to be a major factor in making that determination. You have to use your experience in the real workplace, which is why you're a VOTEC teacher and how you got there, and you have to use that experience to make that decision.
What if though you're working collaboratively, let's say with a math teacher, and you're working on a lesson together, and the math teacher says, no, there needs to be more math here. We're not teaching enough of the theory behind it. What might be a process for you to come to a compromise that you might suggest?
I would ask the math teacher, I said, if you can show me, where an application that might apply, I'd back him 100% then. In other words, say, hey, show me where I can present this to my students as, being related to their field of interest, and then that way there's, the math teacher will say, well, there is none, in which case we're done.
Oh, the math teacher can say, well, wait a minute, that's your job. You're supposed to tell me where this applies. You're the vocational teacher.
Once again, you have to give and take, and it becomes, it's your class, it's your call.
Okay, good. In other words, yeah, and you handle that well, Walter. No pressure there. It's not easy necessarily. Okay, it's not easy. Sometimes there may be a conflict between you and collaborating teachers in terms of how much or how little or how often or to what depth do we need to teach these things. And sometimes a good strategy is that we're not going to teach this skill only once. In other words, this math operation or this science principle or this communication skill, we're going to come to it again in the course of the unit or in the course of the semester or in the course of the program, And for now, we're going to try it here, but we will get more of it later. So that way, there might be some, again, feeling like, oh, okay, we're just not going to leave it out completely. It will come back, but it may not come back for a little while. Or we may try it at a different lesson at a different time, and that we're not going to just leave it out completely. But these are the kinds of let's say, issues that we have to deal with and be ready to deal with, maybe be willing to compromise. Maybe we as vocational teachers might definitely have to compromise and say, okay, I'm not going to teach as much of the technical skill right now. I'll teach a little bit more of the academic skill or the soft skill or the critical thinking skill, and then later on I'll redesign another unit to where we pick up more of the technical skill at a different time because of the redesign. In other words, as Walter and I think Godfrey said, it needs to be a little give and take, and we have to modify our design to a certain respect. And so that's going to be real important on how to do that. So let me say that I really am. I really hope that these quotations that I pulled from your writing has spurred you to think a little bit. And actually, what we've done is we've kind of done the second part of your journal article critique. In other words, in the second part of your journal article critique, I ask you to write the implications. I say, look at this article and now say, well, what does this mean? What does this imply? And that's exactly what we've been doing in the last hour in terms of looking, and we just looked at one quotation and said, what does that mean? What does that require? What surrounds this piece? And then we went on from there. And that's what I want you to do in that second section of your article report, is to take that information, take that idea and say, okay, that's an idea, but now what does it really mean? What kinds of issues might we have to deal with surrounding this point? How does it really play out in the real world? What concerns would other people have? What logistics would be involved? What kinds of resources would be necessary? What does this imply that we as teachers or administrators or counselors have to do surrounding this idea or this concept or this approach? And by putting our thinking caps on and showing that indeed we all can do a little thinking beyond what we have in front of us, we come up with a greater understanding, a greater picture of the whole in order for us to be able to do our work, or in this case, integrate academic and vocational education in a much more successful manner, okay? Y'all and Frederick, I'm really sorry that we've had technical problems tonight, because I'm sure you've got some good ideas, and plus it would have taken the pressure off of Walter and Godfrey and Carlos, and I really want to thank the three of them for really responding well tonight. And perhaps some other night, Frederick, it'll be your night, and we can listen to your ideas when we get the audio all worked out, okay? So what I'd like to do now is go ahead and take a break. Right now, I've got almost straight up about 5 minutes till 8. Let's come back about, let's say, 10 minutes after 8 o'clock, and we'll continue tonight. Okie dokie, break time.
He's gonna wear me out.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Really working it.
I wish that place in Frederick would work. Doggone that place.
Frederick, and what's the other place?
Idabel.
Idabel and Frederick.
Anything from Frederick. I mean, the audio is not even there now. In the beginning, we could hear them a little bit, but now it's like zero. Well, more or less. Are you receiving them also poorly? Okay, so it's not an audio control here in that little audio booth that we have next door to the classroom. Well, to tell you the truth, it's really hard to hear them, even with Carlos and Okmulgee and right now Lawrence and Idabel. Their audio breaks. It doesn't hold solid, and I don't know if that's a function of the compressed technology, or because I don't think it was like that earlier. But it just like you hear pieces rather than the entire word, and sometimes it's real difficult to understand them. Okay, sure, I'll send her an email tomorrow. No, okay, I'll do that. Thank you. Okay. Well, at least we've got Lawrence up right now, and that's good. Now, Lawrence, we may not be able to get to you too often tonight, but we'll give it a try. We do have, again, Carlos and Okmulgee, and we've got Walter and Godfrey here in the studio. And let's see, there's Lawrence, there's Carlos. And who we're going to go to next? We're taking bets. Is it going to be Frederick? No, it's space. Oh, well, we almost got to you, Frederick. We'll get you up in just a minute. We'll see if we can put you up. Because I do see you every once in a while, y'all. And y'all looking good over there. And so I'll see if I can catch you just for a moment whenever we can. Tonight, also, I was going to go over case study number 3, but again, because we don't have everybody online, I don't want to, again, put all the pressure on Godfrey and Walter and Carlos, so I may ask all the questions to Lawrence now that we have him and Idabel. No, I won't do that either. We might postpone case study number 3 until next week. Let's go ahead and turn to a couple of things that I want to talk about, and tonight, really, this in your syllabus, so let me go back, went far too far. In your syllabus, this was actually the topic for last week, and that was the various roles that are played by various people. And let me take the syllabus up real quick, just to make sure I'm correct, and I'm pretty sure I am here. Looks like last week, which was the 17th, personnel roles and curriculum development. And so this is kind of, now some of this information is going to be on the handout that I sent you. And again, this was the handout that I sent you at the very beginning of the semester. So you might want to take that handout out. And as I get to places that are on the handout, I will tell you about them, so you can refer to them. And there's going to be some things that are not on the handout, and that's where I want you to take a few notes as we go through the information. So, first thing we're going to talk about tonight are the integration roles of various personnel, teachers, counselors, and administrators, because all have an important role in the integration process. One of the important points that was brought up by several of the articles tonight was the need for collaboration. And again, this part is not in your handout that I'm about to talk about right now. Collaboration is needed by everyone who works in the integration effort. And I just want to make a few points about collaboration. And the first thing is that in order for collaboration to work, we need to have a belief that working together is more beneficial than working separately. We talked about the need for us to come to some common understandings, and the idea of working together. That working together, an important point, is more beneficial, okay? More beneficial than if we work separately. If we can come to these kinds of understandings, where working together is indeed more beneficial than working separately, then we have a real good chance of reaching some agreements in our goals. Goal agreement. Very, very important for us as partners in a collaborative situation. We've got to make sure that we say and we agree on the same kinds of goals. And, you know, the old saying about two heads being better than one is real important here, and we've got to recognize that all partners have value. All partners have value. And, again, sometimes this is a problem, and sometimes it's not. All partners can contribute, and all partners have value, and to recognize those in our partners is very, very important. So when we decide that working together we can be more beneficial or more effective than working separately, and then when we feel this way, we have a good chance of reaching a goal agreement as long as we value all partners. Then we can try to arrive at mutual instructional support. We spoke of, in the first half of class, the idea of teachers helping teachers, business and industry helping us, and curriculum providing professional development or in-service, because instructional support is becoming more and more important to all teachers, not just some teachers, but to all teachers, mainly because of the change of technology, new kinds of learning methods, and the realization that what works in some classrooms don't work in others. Pre-planned guidance, insight, and planning is important. Pre-planned guidance. The guidance part of the equation. That kind of insight, that kind of planning, and again, pre-planned, where we're not doing it on the spur of the moment, but having to try to do it ahead of time is real important. This helps us to collaborate. Because when we've got some guidance, then we can see in the future and we can try to collaborate with the future in mind. This will allow us to have greater instructional support and do the things that we need to do in our classes. Regular, open, and ongoing communication is an extremely important part of the collaboration that's needed. Okay? Regular, ongoing communications. Communications are the key whenever we're building any kind of collaboration. So we've got to be open, we've got to be regular, in that our communication with those that we work with are going to occur. Curricular analysis leads to agreed integrative learning experiences. Curricular analysis. Now, we did talk a little bit about this in the first half of class, where we said we need to look at our curriculum and see what kind of academic knowledge is needed. And we also need to look at what type of technical knowledge and what type of skill is needed, and also in the affective domain. When we do this, this will lead, hopefully, to agreed upon, then integrative learning experiences. We can begin to plan it, and we can agree on the kind of experiences, but we've got to start with curricular analysis. It doesn't begin just by thinking about the kind of activities that we're going to do. It begins with analyzing the content, the curriculum, and that then leads to the integrative experience. personal commitment by all partners is very, very important. I can't underline this enough, although I'll try very hard to. Personal commitment, not just I'm doing it because I'm being told to do it, I'm doing it because if I don't do it, I'm going to get in trouble. Personal commitment. In other words, I'm doing it because I think it's a good idea. I'm doing it because I think working together is more beneficial than working separately. We're doing it because I think this will help be a better way for our students to learn. So personal commitment by all partners is an important point. So when we look at collaboration, what works? Well, a little research done by the National Center in Vocational Technical Education, National Center for Research, tells us sharing students' work is a very effective means of collaboration. When we share students' work, in other words, students working across classes. Also, when we borrow each other's books and we take a look at them, borrow that math book, borrow the English book, and let that English teacher borrow your book in machining or in welding or in electricity or in the health occupation. Borrow each other's book, take a look at them, and then come back, because you'll probably see some commonalities, some ways that there'll be some connections. Another thing that works real well is sharing lists, oh, and I made a misspelling there, excuse me, academic skills taught and needed in classes. That's better. Lists of academic skills taught and needed in classes. As a vocational teacher, you may never have done this before. Now, actually sat down based on your lessons and your curriculum and actually written down the academic kinds of skills that need to be taught and that are required to perform those particular skills in your class. And then share that, that's the important point there, let me go back and reemphasize that. Share that list with the academic folks and say, look, these are the kinds of things that in my class are embedded, are important in order for my students to do well. And I think you'll find that academic teachers then become more open, and some may not even have realized that those kinds of skills are important in your class. And lastly, one of the things that really works, and I think we even talked about it in this class, is the opportunity to visit or observe one another's classes. Real important. Observe one another's classes. That's an important point. I can go back to that. Observe one another's classes. When we can do these things, share students' work, borrow each other's resources, share lists of skills, observe each other's classes, then we are building the foundation for integration when we do that. Now, what can prevent us from succeeding? What are some of the barriers that we'll have to deal with? Some of these we've already talked about, and I think some of this is in your handout. Sometimes vocational teachers have feelings of inadequacy in teaching academic skills, and tonight we talked about that. So because vocational teachers don't feel confident in teaching the academic skills and teaching the academic kinds of competencies that are needed, this kind of prevents them from, let's say, moving the process forward because it might show their inadequacy. I want to go ahead and make a point here. It was in my experience at my high school where I taught, and some of the very same teachers are still at the high school that I taught. I haven't been out of the public school that long ago. many of the T&I, the trade industrial teachers, felt like their academic skills were not that good. I mean, they were okay, but they weren't that good. Sometimes in writing, sometimes in mathematics, or they could do the basic math, but in doing some of the more higher order math, or again, sometimes in the writing area, they felt maybe a little bit inadequate. And then to try to say, okay, now we're going to want you to teach that, becomes a problem. And even though they may say, yeah, okay, down deep inside, they're going, this isn't good, you know, because it's going to show their weakness. And I think Walter pointed it out earlier this evening. We need to recognize our weakness, and that's okay. That's okay, but we have to create the right environment for that to be accepted to where it is okay. Vocational teachers also may have feelings that academic instruction is the job of academic teachers. And we mentioned this also earlier this evening. In other words, it's their responsibility. It's the job of academic teachers to teach this. It's not mine. Okay? Feelings that academic instruction is the job of the academic teacher. And hey, you know, you're imposing on my time and imposing on my domain, and this isn't a good thing. And so we've got to convince teachers that we're all in it together, and that regardless of what students may or may not, or should or should not have learned, if they don't have those skills, we just can't ignore it and go on and say, well, too bad. We've got to consider the student and work together on the student's behalf. On the other side of the coin, academic teachers may be concerned that vocational teachers do not appreciate the difficulty of teaching in academic settings. I want to, let's say, underline that area, the difficulty of teaching in academic settings. Having been an academic English teacher, which I did do, haven't done it now for a while, but my original bachelor's degree is in speech and English, and I did teach English for a while at the high school level. Let me tell you, to make English exciting, to make it interesting, and not just dry, humdrum, write sentences and read and come from memory and diagram sentences and those kinds of things, especially if you're teaching grammar, that's a real challenge. And in order to do it to where students, again, don't lose interest and don't see the relevancy, this is why I think some academic teachers might be concerned that, those vocational teachers, they don't really know how hard we have it, how difficult it is to teach the academic skills. And to some degree, they have a point, because it isn't easy, but you know what? We can make it easier. I really believe that, but it may be a barrier. And finally, academic teachers may have feelings that when vocational teachers are located at a vocational center, which is the case here in Oklahoma in many, many situations where we have a vocational center, that the teachers from both areas have only limited opportunity to share with one another, mainly because, again, they are at a distance, and it's very difficult for us to be able to work together. And I think this was brought up a couple of weeks ago, I think, and we talked about some ways to overcome that through technology, through the use of email, through the use of, again, the fiber optic system, through the use of common planning periods, where maybe even conference telephone calls can be made. Technology is the answer, in my opinion, to the challenge of being at different campuses. And if we can try to do that and use technology as a way to bridge the gap, then we can overcome this barrier. But it can be very, very challenging in order to do that. It can be very, very challenging in order to do that. And so we've got to increase the opportunity to share information, share ideas, share our thoughts with each other. We're at a distance in different locations. Now, this part is in your handout. If you will go to the page entitled Teachers' Roles in Integration, and I'll show you what that looks like. It looks like this. Teachers' Roles in Integration in your handout. This is what I'm going to be showing you here on the computer. So if you kind of follow along, I believe it's pretty much in the same order, although I might have changed a few things. First of all, again, it's really important that as a teacher we learn about one another. We learn about our collaborating teacher, what they teach, who they are, not just professional, but also perhaps a few things on a personal level as well would be fine. You may find out you have a lot in common. I think also a teacher, we need to offer and ask for help. That point was made earlier tonight. But having the need, let's say, having the need to offer, sometimes we need to say, hey, I can help you with that, to offer our help. And the other one is, asking for help, when we know that we need a little help. That's important, okay? So it's not only offering, but it's also asking when we see that that's the situation. Also, we should be open to instructing one another. In other words, we can teach each other a few things if we allow ourselves to do that. Some people call it peer coaching. I can instruct perhaps a certain way to do things. We can learn from each other, and let's teach each other. We talked about earlier the need for professional development. Sometimes our teachers can professionally develop each other. In other words, I know some things, Walter knows some things, Carlos knows some things, Lawrence knows some things, and if we're collaborating together, we might be able to help each other professionally. So it's not always the case where we have to go hire an outside consultant or we have to contract with somebody else for professional development. Indeed, we may be our greatest resources sometimes. And sometimes we overlook that in terms of professional development. So being willing to instruct one another is important. Planning together is also a very key part of this. In order to plan, again, it's much better if we can try to do this together. I think it helps when we do it together. Also, sharing information about instruction and students. And I put that on 2 lines in your handout, but I kind of combined it here. Sharing information about instruction and students. Certainly you have a experience base in instruction, and also you have insight into particular students. And this is where, again, communication is very important. When you talk about, well, in this teaching method, let me tell you what I have found that works. Or with this particular student, let me tell you the kinds of approaches that have worked or have not worked for me, and the kinds of reaction I get back from the student when I do this, or when I don't do this, or in particular situations. So if, again, we are talking to and communicating with each other on a regular basis, then the sharing of information is most important. Also, assisting with others' instruction is important. That's where, again, the point about team teaching, co-teaching, in the videotape that we showed you a couple of weeks ago about the fish project in South Texas, the teachers wanting to assist each other, to work together, to do some team teaching or co-teaching is an important aspect of the collaboration. And so where and when will that occur and allow the planning to continue? Dovetailing instruction. Now, dovetailing is an interesting word, but I think it's more of a metaphor rather than anything else, and actually means about where we can actually complement each other to where what I do in my class and what you do in your class come together and reinforce each other. It's kind of like when a lesson continues in somebody else's class but fits together. Some of the concepts and ideas that were presented in Lawrence's class are then used and somehow applied maybe in Teresa's class. And they come together into one body of learning. And the student becomes aware of that connection. And that's what we've talked in the past about connecting what I'm learning from one class to another, one discipline to another. So dovetailing instruction is a very important part. And then also scheduling coordinated instruction. This has to do with our curriculum alignment or curriculum analysis, coordinated instruction. This has to do with what we're teaching when. In other words, we look at when are you teaching certain things that have certain academic requirements. It may be at the beginning of the year where you deal with fractions. Well, you go back to the math teacher and you say, what are you doing at the beginning of the year? And the math teacher says, well, we're doing decimals, or we're doing integers, or we're doing multiplication of fractions. And then you say, oh, well, okay, I'm using fractions too. Now we're starting to schedule or align the curriculum to where things happen at the same time. Now, sometimes that's possible, and sometimes it's more difficult because of where students are and the kind of program you have. And sometimes you can adjust a sequence, and sometimes you can't because there's prerequisite knowledge that's required in order to continue the learning flow. And so this is where the analysis of the curriculum is so important, because it may come to where you'll say, okay, can I teach this later or sooner so I can match, or can you move when you teach certain things so we can match it together? And again, that comes through the collaborative process, through, again, looking at the curriculum and making sure that we could coordinate instruction. Now, let me say that in many integrated programs I've seen, because of these kinds of problems, it doesn't happen 100% of the time. Maybe it happens 25%, 30%, 50%. The more it can happen, the better it is, because it depends on the model. And next week we're going to talk about models, okay? And that's the reading assignment, really that was for tonight, but we'll get to it next week, is the different models of integration. Some models integrate more deeply than other models do. Pardon me. And because of the depth of integration, it affects the degree to which we can schedule coordinated instruction. Now, this is also, I believe, let me see, classroom, oh no, this is not on your handout. Okay, now we're doing a couple of different things, okay? The classroom design may affect the role that you as teachers play. If you have a laboratory, if you have a computer center, if you have only a classroom with some mock-ups or learning stations, again, your classroom design may have an impact on what you can and can't do. And so that's a critical part of looking at what is possible. What has been recommended, again, through some of the research from the National Center, is that when we can establish kind of a master-apprenticeship relationship where the teacher acts more as a coach or guide in the learning process, that this becomes pretty effective. This is a different, let's say, kind of relationship that some may be used to. Some may be more used to the teacher being the giver of knowledge and the student just kind of, again, being kind of like a sponge and just kind of accepting everything. Whereas a master and apprentice relationship is quite different. because the master-apprentice relationship is one more of a coach where we allow them to practice, we put them in the situation where they're active learning, and then the teacher is more of a facilitator, more again of a person that guides, that observes, that watches, that kind of inspires and pushes and talks to and gets the student to reflect. And this kind of relationship is one that's more, let's say, recommended. Having the students be actively engaged in the learning process is really important with an integrated curriculum. They're engaged in learning. They come to class with certain knowledge, skills, and experience that we can build upon. In some theory, learning theory, specifically a learning theory called andragogy, which has basically been attributed to adult learning, we say that the adult's experience is very important. Well, I would argue that any student's experience is very important, whether they be adults or whether they be adolescent or whether they be a child. The experience that our students have is important to build upon. And so when you ask a student, where do you think the academic applies in this context? They may or may not know, but they might. They might have a little experience. They might have had some kind of activity where they have had some limited experience. And so if we can try to have the students actively engaged in the learning process, have them come to class with that knowledge, skills, and experience, then we can truly try to build upon it. Teachers and learners participate together in the learning process. Can we all take part? Ooh, that's a bad line, right, isn't it? Let's see if I can get it out there. Did I do that? No, I can't. I'll have to start over. Let's see here. Oh, well. I'll go back. There we go. Okay. I'm drawing with my left hand, y'all. No excuses. No pressure. Teachers and, I'm not a left-hander, and learners participate together. Now, that's a little bit different than most of our ideas of what happens in the classroom. Most of the time what we think happens in the classroom is that, well, you know, it's the students that participate and not necessarily the teacher. But can we design a learning experience where you participate as well, where you have a role in the learner's experience? One of the things that I would do, for example, in my class with television production is, because it was a situation where many times, again, people would have to work together, I would become part of the team. And sometimes I would cooperate and sometimes I wouldn't, just to see how my students would react. You know, sometimes I might be a little challenging to work with, and other times I would ask questions, but I would be part of the learning activity. They would have to sometimes rely on me before they could move on. I would have to actually do something as part of the exercise for them to continue, so that way I was part of it, not just simply an observer, although sometimes I should be an observer. See, again, it's a combination of activities where, again, we as the teacher can participate, we as the teacher can build upon their knowledge, we as the teacher, again, can hopefully get them actively engaged in the learning process. The teacher, again, should be regarded as the expert or the model practitioner. Exclamation point. The teacher is regarded as the expert or model practitioner of the craft. And basically, again, what that means is you've got to model what you want the students to do and how to do it. And if you do this, again, in the academic as well as the technical aspects of the trade, then the students see that how important it is because you yourself do it, and you're not just asking them to do it as well, okay? Usually we do a little bit of lecturing, but not a whole lot. A little bit of lecturing. Okay? Because, again, we want to promote active learning. One-on-one tutoring, master-apprentice interaction is one of the things we'd like to try to do. And again, this depends on what we're doing, how we're doing it, individualized instruction. Many times I would have a unit of instruction that I preferred to teach as a group, and sometimes I had a unit of instruction that I preferred to teach one-on-one because of the nature of the skill. I wanted to make sure that the student knew how to do it, and by doing it as a group, I never really knew for sure if the student could do it or not. Okay? An example that I used was in using an electronic video editing system. Now, yes, to the group, we could learn together how the system operated. But when to teach the actual skill of sitting down at the editor, manipulating the controls, and actually editing video and sound and graphics, I wanted to do that one-on-one, individual instruction. I found that that was the most effective way to teach that type of skill. Same thing with television directing and some of the equipment in the control room. We could teach the general kind of operations and what's supposed to happen, the sequence of events to a group. But when it came to learning the skill, sometimes, again, you and me, we go in the control room and we'll learn. Or once I've taught a student, then I say, okay, you take your partner and you teach him. And we have a combination now of not only myself, but students teaching students, or peer coaching going on. Now let's expand that to the academic area as well, in writing reports, in figuring out certain kinds of problems, in working experiments, same thing. Sometimes individuals versus group, sometimes students teaching students. These kinds of techniques many times are more effective in an integrated classroom. Finally, as we get through this, the teacher must circulate, and I don't think this is much of a surprise. I think all teachers need to circulate throughout the classroom, visiting groups, visiting students, seeing how they're doing. We just can't be standing in the front of the room or sitting behind our desk or doing other unsundry things that I won't mention right now. We need to be out in the classroom, circulating amongst the students, visiting them once we have put them to work, moving around. I think that's real important to do that. And one of the things that I would always advise, especially for new teachers who are learning this particular skill, is that it's not good enough just to go visit your students and see what they're doing. What you've got to do is you have to leave expectations for when you come back. In other words, you go up to a student or to a group of students and say, okay, how are you doing? What are you working on? Where are you in the process? And then you go, okay, when I come back, this is what I want to see done. Or this problem will be solved when I come back. You leave an expectation and then go on to another student or to another group. Because if you don't leave that expectation, then sometimes the students don't progress at a rate that you feel they need to in order to complete the learning process. And that can be done with any kind of assignment. You're done working on a set of problems. You say, okay, hey, you're doing real well. When I come back, I'd like to see these next 5 problems finished. Or when I come back, I'd like to see for both of you to have completed half of this drawing. And so you leave an expectation for the students to accomplish during the time that you're gone, and hopefully that keeps them more on task than if you hadn't done that at all. Encourage more advanced students to help less advanced students. I mentioned that just a little while ago. That's our idea of peer coaching. And let me tell you, sometimes we have students in our classroom with various skills. Matter of fact, sometimes we have students in our classroom that are more academically inclined than other students. And this is the great place for using them, is to help students who are having trouble with the mathematics. Having them help students, excuse me, I had to take a little water break there. Having students help each other with the writing skills, or with the communication skills, or with the science skills. Usually what we do is we take the vocational students who have done well in our technical skills and we have them work with other students. But we have students as well who are good on the academic side that can then be helpful to other students. And so we have more peer coaching going along the different aspects of our technical and our academic skills. Curriculum development. I'm going to stop right there for just a moment, and we're going to do something a little bit less. Tonight we had talked about curriculum development a little bit, and instead of doing that tonight, I'm going to do that next week. I'm going forward though, because I do want to talk about this: administrator roles. And this is in your handout, okay? This is in your handout, and it looks like this. It talks about administrative practices and procedures. Administrative practices and procedures. So if you can find that page in your handout, this will follow that pretty closely, okay? So in terms of administrator roles, the first part of that, an administrator, if you are, again, a director, supervisor, coordinator, principal, assistant superintendent, a variety of administrative positions that is responsible for the integrative programs, then these areas are real important for administrators to be able to do, to facilitate the integration. I mean, that's key. You are indeed the main facilitator in making sure this happens. Any teacher will tell you, if I don't have the support of my administration on any project, the chances are they're not going to invest a lot in it. They're not going to feel comfortable in doing it. Because if the administration does not support it, why should I? It's a very important question. So that's why administrative support is so vital for integration to take place and to take place effectively. So administrator, one of the more real important things to do, build that team. Some team building kinds of activities are important. As we said earlier tonight, professional development, in-service, sending teachers to either workshops or different kinds of conferences or seminars in which integration is being featured would be a good idea. Bringing people in and having an in-service on campus to your teachers or to the group. Like, for example, what I'm doing with my former school back in South Texas, where I go back and provide professional development. These are important kinds of things where the administrator comes into place, trying to schedule, again, classes to where they meet at the same time, or where teachers can have common planning periods. These are important issues. Teacher empowerment. This is a real kind of important issue here. Letting teachers have the ability, or I should say the authority, to make decisions about their curriculum. Make decisions on maybe moving certain parts of the curriculum around in order to align their curriculum together. Allowing teachers to make decisions is an important part of this. And the last issue here is the idea of delegation of responsibility through specific assignment. In other words, we tell teachers, okay, specifically, I expect you to have particular kinds of lessons written, curriculum outlines planned, assessment models, projects outlined, logistics worked out, etc., by a certain date so that we can talk about it, and we can plan for it, and we can push for it, okay? But in other words, not part of the administrator that I've got to do everything myself, but rather allowing the teachers to take part. And what happens then is that the teachers have a little more ownership. The teachers buy into the project a little more if they've had a real role in the design, in the planning, in the development of what actually will occur. And that, I think, is a win-win situation. It's a win for the teachers. It's a win for the administrators. On your handout again, and I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, we've all got to live with constraints. Sometimes we don't have adequate funding. Sometimes we have new high schools that are built and our funds are taken away from us. Sometimes there are other things that constrain us from doing the integration. And so we've got to live with those, and we've got to talk about them and communicate what these constraints are, so that way people don't have the wrong impression when things don't go right. We need to address teacher concerns. Teachers will have concerns about the integration problem. You know, we've talked about it. Why academic teachers or vocational teachers might be upset, or why they might be fearful about the process, and we've got to address those concerns. Learning from experience is important. As an administrator, going out and finding other programs, finding other schools, other districts who have done this and learning from their experience, reading articles in journals. That's exactly what learning from experience is, because your journal articles many times is a report of people's experience. So it not only goes for administrators, but teachers as well here in terms of this point. When you read about something, you're learning from somebody else's experience. And that's an important part so we can continue to grow ourselves. So that's an important issue. And, well, let me get out of this one. Excuse me. There we go. Scheduling class organization. Again, goes back to administrators having authority for when classes meet within certain limits. Can we move them to particular times of the day? Can we have a block schedule that allows for more time, or must we do it in certain time limits? What kind of organization does our class schedule have? Also, we need to deal with teacher resentment, and I've added one more thing, and that's teacher frustrations, which is not on your sheet, because sometimes teachers will get frustrated when things don't go right. Now, resentment is one thing. You know, that's basically when somebody feels like I'm doing something that I shouldn't be doing, and this is not working, and I resent it because I could be doing something else, and you're taking away from me what I ought to be doing, and that's when we don't see good outcomes, when we don't have good results. So it's important that we, again, work with teachers when these kinds of feelings become noted and try to help them. And the last thing that administrators really need to do in terms of involving teachers is to actually involve them. You know, get them in the process, have them a working partner from the very beginning, and in as many areas as is good for them to be part of. Okay? Now, this is not in your handout. Here's a few things that, again, through the research from the National Center for Research in Vocational Education, what they say have proven to be good administrative strategies. We develop, again, extensive staff development. And the key word here is extensive. Lots of it. Not just a one-time thing. Not once at the beginning of the year and that's it. But it's ongoing. It happens on a regular basis. And it does have depth as well as frequency. So we develop extensive staff development. Another thing is that we provide time for our teachers to meet together and observe each other's classes. Provide time. Provide time. Time is the key here. That might mean that we have to get substitutes. That's a administrative cost. We've got to hire somebody to take the teacher's place in the classroom so they can be free to go observe another person's class. Or maybe what it might mean is that the administrator takes over the classroom for one time. There's other ways to do this. We could have a guest speaker come in. We could have a person from our advisory committee come in to teach. There could be a counselor that comes in and talks about career development. So there are particular ways that we can allow for time for vocational and academic teachers to meet. Of course, we could work out a planning period where they have it together, joint planning period. That would be even better. But then to observe the classroom, that's got to be done during the day, and so that's when we need special arrangements to be made. Another effective strategy provide incentives for teachers to become involved in the integration efforts and to implement new strategies. And there's a variety of incentives. I realize that for many, let's say, recertification issues, there are professional development points that can be earned. There might even be an incentive that if we work it out with the local university, that if we do this, we might be able to get college credit for your work on this. It may, again, have an impact on a positive evaluation for the end of the year, because we recognize that this is, well, I shouldn't say extra, but I will say this is more work than if you didn't have to do it, or we're not involved with it. And again, we have to be careful with the language we use, because we don't want to make it coercive. We want to, let's say, encourage and to provide incentives. Recognition, perhaps, might be an incentive. The teachers are recognized in the school paper. The teachers are recognized in the local newspaper. They're brought before the school board as a group and let the school board see them and have them make a presentation in front of the school board. There's lots of different incentives, and it's up to the creative administrator to figure out what would be an incentive for teachers, because what is an incentive for some teachers is not an incentive for other teachers. So it may involve a variety of incentives in order for teachers to decide to become involved and then to actually implement the integration in their classroom. For administrators also, a number of public relations efforts to inform the students and parents of this change is also very important to the integration effort. Public relations, sometimes we do have a public relations officer or a public relations specialist in our school or in our school district, and certainly that person needs to be involved. If we have an individual that's in charge of the district newspaper or newsletter, again, that person can be involved. We need to talk about getting things on the radio and maybe even a news spot from the TV station that comes in and highlights your program because of the change that's going on. Maybe we can have our teachers speak at Lions Club and Rotary Club and Kiwanis Club and all the different civic organizations that you may have in your community. Perhaps there's a local cable station that is, and let me tell you, being in television, local cable outfits are always looking for programming. I mean, always. And if there's a way that we can get on the local cable station, which means that everybody who's got cable will be able to see it. If you're lucky enough to have a school district like mine is, where the school has actual television channel. Here in Stillwater, that's the case. Stillwater schools have a channel, and on that channel they're constantly putting up announcements and different kinds of schedules. Well, again, let's, again, use that as a vehicle to reach the public, to talk about the changes, the good things, the reasons, the need for outcomes, the videotape that you saw about the program that I've been working with in South Texas. That was made for public relations, to inform the public, to let the people know what's going on. So that way, hopefully, they don't have a misconception. Somebody might think, oh, those people are down there raising fish. They ought to be educating our kids. What are they doing raising fish down in the classroom? That's ridiculous. If they don't see the connection, if they don't understand the learning that goes with that project, the public could get a misperception of what's going on. And then we get criticized for this. Look at all the money they've been spending down there to buy those fish. They could have bought some other things with that money. So you've got to show the outcome. You've got to show the good things that happen here, so that way, again, you can gain support. So public image, public relations is a very important aspect that I think an administrator has got to be very important, or very attuned to. The administrator needs to be sensitive to how the students and teachers feel about what happens, the impact of the change. We need to survey the teachers, survey the students, to learn about the impact. I mean, has this been good? Do you feel good about it? Do you notice a change of learning? Do you like this or not like it? Or was this a waste of time? How could this have been done better? So we need to find out. And again, as I told you, that was one of the things I did at the very end of the year last year when I went down to the project in South Texas, where I interviewed students and I interviewed teachers and the administrators to try to find out how they felt about the project. What they saw were the strengths, what they saw were the weaknesses, what was the good thing about it, what wasn't so good, how could it be improved. If we don't take that kind of formative assessment, which is really, that's what it is, it's formative assessment on how it's going, then many times we make the wrong decisions on what to do next. Because it's a constant state of making decisions. What do we do at this point? Do we continue? Do we change? What do we need to alter so that way we can reach our goals and be more effective? And as the program grows, then the administrator, as administrators rather, we need to survey business and the community, or the business community anyway, to see if they've noticed a change using both formal and informal means of communication. Okay? We've got to survey individuals from the business community as well. And this, of course, doesn't happen until graduates from the program begin to get out into the business community. But we need to survey them. And also, if they've been, let's say, actively involved from the very beginning, hopefully they visited the classroom. Hopefully they've been part of the instruction. Maybe the students have actually gone out and did some work at the workplace. And so based on that experience, we certainly can ask the folks from our business community who are partnering with us how they feel about it, how they support the effort, and what changes they might recommend. And we can do this using both formal and informal means. In other words, informal, well, hey, we just call them up and ask them and say, how's it going? Formal means is, here we have this questionnaire, would you please fill it out? Because we want some specific data. We want to collect particular kinds of information. So there is a need for both formal and informal data when we're trying to assess the quality, assess the sense of satisfaction, the need for adjustment. These kinds of things I think are real important. And also if we do that, I think what happens is that, again, down here at the bottom, we gain more support when we do that. We show to our partners that their opinion is important, is valued. Remember we talked about earlier, one of the important keys to collaboration is that we value our partners. We value the people that we work with. And how can we show that we value them? By asking them what they think, by listening to their suggestions, by incorporating some of their ideas. And when we do that, we show that we value their contribution and their efforts in this process. So if we never ask them, it's kind of like we're sending the message that, well, it's nice that you're here, but we really don't value your input. We don't ask for it, so, well, you know, that's the way it goes. So by doing that, I think we make a real good effort to be able to show folks that we do value, okay? Now to finish this up, what are some ineffective administration strategies? In other words, what are some things that don't work, or let's say that administrators should avoid? One of the things that the research has shown is that things don't work well when they are not adequately monitored, especially in-service activities. As the administrator responsible for these kinds of programs, we've got to make sure that the kind of professional development, the kind of in-service that we are giving to or providing for our teachers, counselors, fellow administrators, etc., school board members, is indeed of good quality and is exactly what we want it, or close at least to what we want it to be. It deals with the subject, that it has active learning, and that indeed that kind of professional development has been helpful to our teachers. Another thing that has been ineffective is when the administrators fail to get full commitment of all teachers and counselors. And there's two real key words here. One is full, the other one is all. And believe me, this is a challenge. This is a big challenge. And I'm sorry that we can't talk to Gary tonight, because I think Gary would probably agree with me that this is a real challenging task. Because it's hard to gauge when somebody is committed or not, but you can tell from their behavior over time how committed a person is. And again, can you do it from all the teachers involved or some of the teachers involved and counselors? And the more you can do, the better it's going to be. The greater the commitment, the more you have that are committed, then again, the chances are they're pretty good. If we notice, though, that we're not doing this, then maybe it might be a good idea to say, whoa, let's not go any further. There must be some issues here that we're not dealing with. What's the problem? What are the concerns? Let's try to deal with those before we go on. Because chances of it succeeding, if this isn't the case, if we don't have this, are probably pretty slim. And finally, sometimes if we do not update teacher evaluation procedures to reflect the changes that we are making in the instruction and in the curriculum, that proves to be very harmful. Again, our evaluation practices of our teachers are generally modeled after the way we have been teaching rather than the new design of integration. And so therefore, if we do not update the evaluation process, procedures, criteria, indicators to reflect the new teaching, the new approach, the integration model, then perhaps we are not really being fair to our teachers, because we're evaluating them on the old system rather than the new system. And so if that happens, a lot of teachers get resentful and then say, well, hey, I'm not going to do that anymore. Hey, you're going to evaluate me on what it used to be like, not the way it is now or the way we want it to be. So evaluation procedures are very, very important to be changed as we move through the system. And that's something that, again, at an administrative level, we need to make sure happens. Now, on your handout, and I want to show you this real quick, at the bottom of the page where we had the administrative practices and procedures, we have a section on counselors and professional developments. And I was going to go through that tonight. As a matter of fact, I've got it set up on the computer here, but I'm not going to do that. I want you to make sure you read through that again, because we'll probably pick up right here next week and then continue in curriculum development, okay? Also, in your mailing that I'm going to send back to you with your article assignment, there'll be another set of handouts that we're going to start using again next week as well. So look for that as it comes to you this coming week, okay? Y'all, again, I'm sorry that the technology didn't quite work with us. Gary, I want to ask you if you would please call the OneNet folks tomorrow and inform them that we're having audio difficulty, and if they could please have someone either come out to your facility to check it, or if somehow there might be some kind of an internal check made. And Lawrence, if you can get the janitor to teach you how to turn that stuff on, so that way you can do it yourself if the janitor's not there. I've always said the three most important people at any school are, in this order, the custodian, one of the most important people, the librarian or media person, and then number three is the secretary to the principal or the secretary to the director. Those three people are the most important people at any school, because they can help you in ways that nobody else can, and can really be very, very impactful, okay? So Lawrence, if you can get the janitor to give you some professional development, that's great. And hopefully next week we'll have the technical difficulties worked out. Thank you for bearing with us this evening. I appreciate you being here. And next week again we'll continue. I'll see you then. I don't have it here. I'll send it to you in the mail. Friday.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, testing.